yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We in the building, y'all. We in the building. We live. So this is gonna be a little different. This is we are in first time landmark territory tonight. Because there are a few things happening on this live stream that are happening for the very first time on a Friday Night Vyp ever. So give me a minute here to make sure everything is good to go, and then we will begin the festivities like we do. Now, where in the world? What is going on? Wait, what is happening here? Okay, all right, we cool. All right. So, not sure how many people we're going to get to watch tonight because it is Black Friday and everybody's running around doing their thing, buying up everything in sight. So I don't know, but we're here. It is Friday night, and that does not change what I do on Friday night. This is Friday night This is Friday Night Vyp. This is the flagship live stream of the week that I do, and we are here. So before I get into the most electrifying live stream introduction and live streaming today, and oh yes, there we go. YouTube just let the people know that I'm live, so now the entire Vyp Nation knows that I am live. But for the first time ever tonight, this live stream is being multicast. And what that means is that for the first time ever tonight, this live stream is happening on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So we got that going on for the first time. So hello to my Twitch people. If anybody is watching on Twitch, how you all doing? This is your boy Viper, the man about tech. I'll get into that in a minute. The other thing that's happening for the first time ever is that this is an Ask Me Anything live stream, which means you can literally ask me whatever you want and I will answer it the best I can. But what is happening on why is Twitch tweaking out? What is going on Twitch? So I'm watching the stream on Twitch here on my iPad and it's like completely just freaking out. I don't understand what's going on here. I guess these live stream growing pains or something. I don't know what's going on here. I'm kind of getting annoyed though. All right, go back. Go down. Can I? Are you gonna be all right, Twitch? Are you gonna be okay, Twitch? All right, cool. All right. So, with that out the way, this is the part of your evening where you know what to do. Actually, maybe that's not how we do this. Let me begin first. Oh, this is gonna be weird with all these chats being consolidated in StreamYard. This is gonna be weird, but okay, whatever. So, current time, 6:33 p.m. Central Standard Time, which means you are in the right place. And normally I would say you are on the right YouTube channel, baby. But tonight you happen to be on the right YouTube and Twitch channels, baby. Now for my YouTube Friday Night Vyp veterans, you know where I'm going next. This is the part of the live stream where you might want to turn your volume down. And for those of y'all on Twitch, you want to turn your volume down right about now. Because if you don't turn your volume down, this introduction can get real loud real quick. So turn your volume down. Let me get into the intro, and then when I'm done, then you can turn it back up. You know what? Let me turn the gain down too, since I'm on this Shure SM7V, and the gain is probably too high for this introduction. Let me turn the gain down just a tad. All right, gain it down a little bit, and now we can get into the intro and begin the live stream, which is happening on YouTube and Twitch. All right. Whew, actually, you know what? Let me take a quick first. Real quick first. Let's go. With that out the way, let's go to work. What's up, people? This your boy Viper, the man about tech, and we are live. Welcome to Friday Night Vyp, baby. We are back. We are live on YouTube and tonight Twitch as well. This is going to be so damn weird, but all right. We'll get over it. All right. So before I get into this evening live stream and AMA, Ask Me Anything, hey, let me see who I got in the chat tonight, baby. So first on the theme with Preston Thoughts. What's up, Preston? How you doing, man? How you doing? Next, we got my man Jason C. What's up, Jason? What's up, man? How you doing? Mr. 504 is in the cut. What's up, 504? How you doing, man? How you doing? Oh, we got my man Marvin Wallace from the UK. What's up, Marvin? How you doing, baby? How you doing? And we got my man Evid A. Evid A, what's going on, man? How you doing? Yo, Evid A. Hey, the Batmobile hasn't been ordered, baby. It took 50 minutes of brute force last night, but the Batmobile has indeed been ordered, and it should be on the way, hopefully in a day or so. I don't know, but it's been ordered. Slaw OTS is gonna cut. What's up, Slaw? How you doing? And on Twitch, we have CDF Man watching from the Twitches. What's up, CDF Man? How you doing? And we also have watching on Twitch, Mr. Joshua Segneri. What's up, Josh? How you doing, man? How you doing? Woo! We got my man F Nick in the cut. What's up, F Nick? How you doing, baby? How you doing? Of course, it would not be a Friday Night Vyper without my man Genosis in the cut. What's up, Genosis? How you doing, baby? How you doing? All right, did I miss on? Nope. Okay, let me go back down here. Ooh, let's see. Oh, we got F Nick. What's up, F Nick? How you doing? And we got Darren NY81. What's up, Darren? How you doing? Joseph, what's up, man? Thanksgiving was cool. It was quiet and relaxing, so I enjoyed it. But thank you for joining me on the live stream tonight. That's what's up. Woo, yes, Janosis. It was some brute force type stuff going on, man. It was brute forcing, but we got it done. So that is everybody in the chat tonight. A little light because of a holiday, but like I said, this is a AMA. Ask me anything. So if you guys have questions you want to ask me, it could be tech related, it could be non-tech related. Tonight, I don't really care. I don't really have anything pressing to discuss. There's not a lot happening in the tech space at the moment. And basically, the big thing going on today, of course, is Black Friday. So everybody's out shopping, which is why my crowd is kind of light tonight, but whatever. Perp Minded. What's up, Perp? How you doing, baby? How you doing? But actually, before we get into the AMA, for those of you all watching on Twitch or those on Twitch that might watch the replay, this is my weekly Friday live stream, obviously called Friday Night Vyp. This is a weekly live stream that I do every Friday night. It begins at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time every Friday night. So I am a tech creator on YouTube. I think StreamYard has this live stream in the talk show and podcast section of Twitch. And I don't know why that is, but I am a tech creator, and most of my live streams that I do on Twitch or YouTube will be tech related. But sometimes they will veer off of the tech space and go into current events, or sometimes it goes into YouTube stuff. I mean, it can go, these live streams can go anywhere. But tonight is an AMA. It's an Ask Me Anything. So, like I said, this live stream will be mostly driven by you guys in the chat tonight. So, if you have questions about anything, tech or non-tech, let me know, and I will try to answer them, and we will get this party going on. Wait a minute. What is happening here? Okay, wait a minute. Why is that stupid? Trying to see what's going on my, I got a stream running on, I got the Twitch stream running on my iPad to the left here. I got the YouTube stream running on my Pixel 4 XL here, so I don't miss like any questions or anything like that. And Genosis quickly out the gate with the very first question, the hard questions. He wants to know, is it too early to talk about The Mandalorian episode 4? Genosis, I'm afraid, I think it might be a little bit too early to talk about that just yet. The episode only came out earlier this morning, so I'm guessing between Black Friday and everybody rushing to get stuff, not many people have watched episode 4 of The Mandalorian. I have, and I'm guessing you have, but I'm guessing most people have not watched it yet, so don't really want to talk about that right now. Oh, we have my good friend and creative entrepreneur Roberto Blake is in the chat. Roberto, how you doing? So Roberto wants to know, what do I think about copper panic? Do you think people are being too fearful? Now, this is kind of interesting because me and Roberto had a podcast that we did about a week or so ago talking about copper. And I do think that people are slightly overreacted to copper, even though I know that I think you and Ian Corzine both put out update videos on YouTube about copper today. I haven't had a chance to watch those videos, but from the information that I have about copper, I think creators are they're overreacting slightly. They need to calm down. They need to let it play out a little bit more than making these rash decisions about ending their channels and things like that. That's the problem with creators. They get a bit of news, they go all doom and gloom without getting all the facts, and then they SOL because they already made the rash decisions before doing the research. Anytime changes like this come down, you got to do your research. You got to know what's going on before you make these type of decisions about your future, your business, your channel, whatever. So yeah, I think the copper panic is a little bit premature. I think we should wait to see what happens next year, and then I think then creators should make their decisions once everything plays out. But right now, it's a little bit premature to be making rash decisions about your future on YouTube or whatever. Anthony said, Dr. Disrespect on Twitch and pretty or petty. That's an interesting comment. Okay. Oh, Roberto wants to know, how am I liking the morning show? Oh my God, Roberto, I don't know if you watched episode 7, but episode 7, this week's episode, is an absolute bomb. It's a bomb, bro. It is an absolute bomb. The morning show is the best show on any streaming service going right now, period. I don't care what service it is. Nothing on streaming television is better than the morning show right now. It is riveting TV. And the morning show does something that no other series has done in a very long time, in my opinion. The morning show gets better every single week. Like, it's almost like it's building to a crescendo. And the last episode of the season is going to be absolutely bananas. But it gets better every week. And that's extremely hard for a show to do. But I guess with its limited 10-episode run, they have to get everything in and they have to make every episode impactful. And they are definitely doing that. Oh, my God. The morning show is just, yes, it's must-see TV on Apple TV+. If you have Apple TV+, you need to be watching the morning show. If you don't have Apple TV+, you need to find a way to get Apple TV+ so you can watch the morning show. It is that good. CDF Man from Twitch says, did you get any deals today? I don't know if it's a deal, but I did get my Batmobile Lego. So for those of y'all that may not be aware, I guess this year is the 30th anniversary of the original Batman movie with Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson and Kim Basinger. So Lego today released a 30th anniversary original Batmobile Lego set. And oh my God, it is so beautiful. Oh, it is amazing. And it looks beautiful. The only part about it is that it's kind of expensive. It's $250. I didn't care. I got it immediately. Had a problem getting it because Lego and their website was terrible when it went live around I don't know what time it went live around midnight Eastern, 11 o'clock Central, but it took me 50 minutes to brute force my order through. But I got it through, baby. And the Batmobile, the 1989 Batmobile, will be on the way. It's coming to your boy. I want it. I have it. All right. Accident 12123 says, I think he thinks that those that are panicking are at least paying attention. I'm worried about those brushing off saying it doesn't impact them. Well, actually, for a large contingent of creators, it won't impact them. I mean, for people that do like tech content like me and like Roberto, or Roberto doesn't really do tech. Well, he doesn't take a tech channel, but for people like me and Roberto and maybe John Prosser, people like that, COPPA's not going to do nothing for us. I mean, we're going to operate as normal because we don't make content geared towards kids. So for a lot of creators, COPPA's not going to do anything. It's not going to make any type of impact. Where the impact will come is probably in the algorithm changes that YouTube will make ultimately. But in the long run, COPPA's not going to impact anything. And shout out to Dave for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. For those of y'all watching on the YouTube, super chats are open tonight. If you want to donate, I would definitely appreciate it. If you don't want YouTube to take 30% of your cut, there is a buy me a coffee link in the description. For those of y'all watching on Twitch, if you want to donate, I don't know. I'm not too familiar with Twitch. I hope that the buy me a coffee link is in the Twitch show notes. I don't know, but if not, don't worry about it. Just enjoy the show. All right, 504 thing. Will Flossie make another appearance on Friday Night Vyp or maybe Vyp Drive? I have tried everything to get that man on here, but it's been to no go so far. So I wouldn't count on it. But crazy things that happen. So I would never say never. But yeah, I think Dave, keep up the good work. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate you, bro. Pecan said Batman is the guy from the TV series back in the day. You're talking about Adam West. And no, fam. No, fam, no. Michael Keaton is the best Batman ever. So I thought Roberto wants to come in here and join me, and I will let Roberto do that. And now I'm getting a DM on Twitter from my man Painfully on Tech, Mr. Jason. And he's asking me if I'm doing Friday Night Vyp solo tonight. I'm going to answer him by hitting him with a link. So he's going to find out very quickly that if he wants to come join me tonight, then all he has to do is click the link, and we can make it happen. All right. So first, we'll get Jason the link. And he'll probably come in like 2 hours because he likes to saunter in here with his wizardry stuff. All right. So, Jason, if you're listening, the link is in your Twitter DM. Roberto, the link is in your Twitter DM. All right. So, next. Orlando says it's live Viper all week. I don't know about all week, but yeah, man. I'm just doing my thing, and StreamYard is not populating this stuff for whatever reason. What am I missing things? What is happening here? Wait a minute. I didn't see that on StreamYard about Roberto wanting to come in. Or did I just pass it? Oh, I passed it up. Okay. I was just being goofy. So Janosis says, fantastic show, smartest writing in a long time. Dude, the writing, the everything, the acting is all top notch, Janosis. I'm loving it. And wow, I love this new StreamYard feature that rings the doorbell when people come in, so I don't have people waiting in the background. So my creator, entrepreneurial badass friend Roberto Blake is here, so let's bring him in. Yo.
Vype?
What's happening, man? How you doing?
What's good? Is my audio coming in good?
Audio coming in fine.
Great. Let's switch up my lighting here. Let's get that streaming lighting going.
For those of y'all watching on Twitch, this is creative entrepreneur Roberto Blake. He is
on Twitch.
Yes, he is a YouTube expert of sorts, and he is very good at what he does.
Thank you. Appreciate the praise. I'm just waiting for my phone to connect here so that I can switch my lighting. But
all right, Ethnic, no doubt. Ethnic says he also loved Michael Keaton in Duplicity and Birdman. Okay, I have not seen any of those movies, but
Michael Keaton in Spider-Man: Far From Home.
Yeah.
Playing the Vulture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was good. He was good.
Lighting. There's that good lighting.
There you.
Yeah.
All right, CDF mentions the Lego Bat Tumbler is awesome and better than the set you got. I don't know how you would know that since you don't have the other set, but I want the tumbler set too, damn it. But the tumbler set is even more expensive than the Batmobile. So yeah. I don't know about all that.
That's harsh. Nah, I couldn't be. I like, as much as I'd like to, I'm not dropping a grip on that, man.
No. I mean, it paid me to drop the $250, but I had to have it, man. I had to have it.
Man, nah. But I dropped a 90 on these Mr. Beast bobbleheads.
Oh, that's right. I think I saw something on Twitter about you doing that.
Yeah.
Hey, Eve, we're not giving away that information, baby. That's not happening.
But I'm like, I might, like, in the future, because these are limited editions, flip one or two of them later. All
right, Roberto, they're saying that your audio is a little low.
Really?
Yeah.
That's surprising.
I think because you're sitting. I think because you were sitting far away.
I think it was because I was leaning back.
Yeah.
I was in lean back mode. How's this? This better, everybody?
Yeah, that definitely sounds better. Definitely.
All right.
So we got Danny and the best. Hello, Morpheus. Hello, Danny. How you doing? All right. What in the? Have you ever used a? Oh no. Okay. Yeah, we're not. Nope. Yeah. Okay. All right. If I got a moderator here, can we get Danny out of here? He's trying to start trouble. I ain't got time for all that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that. If I got any mods in here, get them out of here.
Yeah.
You know the procedure.
So yeah, like, I think that I understand why people are freaking out with this COPPA thing, but like, they're also not. I think it's because there are so many videos that have like stoked the panic that they're not paying attention to like things Ian are saying or that I'm saying or that a few other people are saying, like, which is like, it's not going to be $42,350. It's up to $42,530. And the law actually says that it's not intended to stop you from operating your business, which means they will audit it appropriately. And that's only if you are fined. And what nobody takes into account is that the FTC is like one of the poorest funded regulatory agencies in the entire United States of America. They like the $170 million they got from YouTube, notwithstanding, which probably will not go into the FTC's coffers. It'll go somewhere else, probably defense spending. Like they don't got a lot of money. And like, do you really think that they really understand and have the resources to like sit there and be into small YouTube channels to try to get them for like, no, like they don't have time for that. They're gonna go after people like Jake Paul.
Yeah. I mean, but like I said before, the FTC themselves aren't going after individual creator channels. They don't want to do that. They don't have time for that. That's not their intent. What they want to do is scare the living Jesus out of YouTube and put the fear of God
They'll
into
also
YouTube.
be addressing though the media companies that exist on YouTube. Disney has multiple properties on YouTube. You have companies like T Series. You have a lot of those things, and so they'll start there because you go where the money is. The only reason they went after YouTube instead of TikTok is because YouTube has all that money.
Yeah, I mean, and like we talked about before,
TikTok's next.
TikTok doesn't have the notoriety that YouTube has, so going after TikTok wouldn't really make much of an impact.
No, but if you're saying, "Oh, we want to protect kids," you would use the platform that teens and preteens are all about right now, which is TikTok, and before that, Snapchat. You would, if you were playing that game.
Actually, Roberto, another factor that we haven't really talked about with, I mean, we talked about it briefly with TikTok, is that they're kind of already going after TikTok, but in another way. They're going after TikTok because they feel like TikTok is being used as a client by the Chinese government to spy on us. So they're going after them, and that's
probably true though.
They're going after TikTok on that angle. They're not going after.
I believe that more than I believe Huawei's spying on us.
I can agree with that. I definitely can agree with that.
But here's the thing. That's exactly the strategy I would use. Is I would popularize a social media app, probably with young people that think that they're tech savvy but are not going to be looking for data mining, and I would use an entertainment platform as the Trojan horse. So yeah, that's what I would have done if I was the Chinese government. Not to put words in their mouth or ideas in their head, but that's what I would have done.
Yeah, but how could they know that the platform will blow up like it's blown up though? That's like a risk.
That's social engineering.
Hmm.
That's social engineering. Like, and besides, hyping up anything to be basically the spiritual successor to Vine was gonna work. I mean, so that's why that worked. And then you get, and then the fact that they made the algorithm so easy, like I genuinely believe that they might be inflating views to get people onto the platform. Facebook did it.
Nothing would surprise me these days. Nothing.
Yeah. So like, so, but like, yeah, I mean, the COPPA thing is not going to affect most content creators. If 3 months ago you said, hey, I don't make content for kids, then you should stick with that, label your content appropriately, and, don't sweat it. And then the reality is, if something happens, a bunch of content creators will probably get together and file a class action suit. If anybody comes for a big YouTuber, then they'll make a big deal out of it.
So you think if the FTC comes after a big YouTuber, there'll be a lawsuit? Interesting. Okay.
I think that big YouTubers tend to circle the wagons, and then I think that they'll galvanize the community, and then there's enough YouTubers that make over $100,000 a year to where, yeah, a class action lawsuit would make sense. It's like, it wouldn't be the first time that a group of corporate interest, and in this case, I'm referring to YouTubers who make a certain amount of money, as small media companies, corporations pooled together and decided to sue the federal government. And it's not like there isn't a historical precedence for that. And, we don't have labor unions or nothing like that, but it would work in a similar way.
Right.
And it would be challenging probably a lot of the constitutionality of it. So
interesting. Okay. I mean, I could definitely see creative banding together, or I should say banding together, if that was necessary. But like I said, I don't believe the FTC is going to be on a witch hunt for creators. I just don't see it.
At this point, I don't. I think they'll start with media companies, and I think they started with YouTube, and then they'll go after the media companies that exist on YouTube, and then if they go after individual creators because the guy said it, then if they did that at all, it would not be that small YouTuber under 1 million subscribers, because what's the point?
Exactly. Like if you're going to make noise, you want to make noise. You don't want to be going after somebody that's not going to move the needle. So I agree. But we got to go back to the morning show. So
yeah. Well, there's one thing I want to bring up, and then we can definitely hit the morning show because I want your opinion on this.
Okay.
Why do you think small YouTubers are pursuing the narrative that this whole thing with the FTC, that YouTube threw us under the bus, in the sense that there are people who genuinely believe a narrative that YouTube wants to push creators off of the platform, which makes no business sense. Like,
None.
If you understand that the real business is big data, and we just talked about TikTok probably collecting data for the Chinese government, why would YouTube want to get rid of creators? Like, I don't understand that narrative. Why do people believe that, Viper? You're a small YouTuber. Why would somebody that's the same size as you believe that YouTube has no interest in growing small channels and wants to get rid of them?
I think part of it is because there is a separation in feature set between larger channels and smaller channels. So that's part of it. I think smaller creators feel like since they are not entitled to the features that larger channels have, that YouTube doesn't care about them, even though YouTube have been.
Isn't that everything in life, though, that if you have a higher credit score or a higher income bracket, that life is better for you and you have more options?
This is true, but you know how entitlement is. Like, you got creators on the platform who just by their very existence on the platform feel entitled to have everything that the platform offers. And when they don't get everything that the platform offers, then that's when they want to make noise. So it's a bunch of nothing to do. It's a bunch to do about nothing, more or less.
I see. So it's a woe is me thing, because there is classism within YouTube, but I don't think the platform creates it. I would argue the community creates it.
Oh yeah. The platform doesn't care. I mean, the platform benefits either way because the platform can make money. But
and the thing is, I mean, theoretically, it's like if you want if you just had like, think about how many people like yourself, when demonetization day happened, didn't a bunch of people just straight up hustle to clear that finish line?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you didn't have a choice. Either hustle or make no money.
But what happened to a lot of them after they hustled and put in all that work because of demonetization day? Did they keep hustling and growing? Not a lot of them did.
No, even back then, there was a lot of, this is my last video on YouTube. I'm saying goodbye. YouTube made me wrong. I can't work on the platform anymore. All a bunch of Oprah dramatization, as usual, with everything.
And a lot of them not making the money to begin with. And then,
exactly. That was the big thing back in the day. We have smaller creators crying up a storm, but they were making like, 50 cents a month, maybe?
And again, every excuse as to, well, that helps, or this is that, or that. You know what would help? It'd be faster to sell t-shirts, and that would help too. It'd be faster to do affiliate, and that would help too. It'd be faster to freelance, and that would help too.
Oh, Roberto, you just walked me right into a promo. Oh, man. So speaking of selling t-shirts, you all, for today only, I am running a 30% off promo for my merch store, Vyp Zone. Just released new merch. This is the
Vyp Nation.
This is the Vyp Nation hoodie. There's hoodie, t-shirts. I even made a mug. So if you guys are interested in the merchandise, hit up the Vyp Zone. The link is in the YouTube description. And let me put the code in that you guys should use to get the 30% off for today. I'll put it in the chat real quick. Code fine. Come on. It's the code is Vyp30, and that will get you 30% off of all of your purchase on Vyp Zone today for today only. So if you guys are interested in copying any of the Viper merch, use that promo code at checkout, and you'll be good to go.
I extend my Black Friday sale all the way through the week after Cyber Monday.
Oh, Roberto. And Janothans, I don't know what is that? What did you just paste in the chat?
He pasted your he tried to paste your link, but YouTube did some BS redirect.
Oh Lord. All right, yeah, YouTube being YouTube. All right, let me see if I can get this real quick, because YouTube's stupid.
Yeah, no, take your time. Take your time there. But yeah, so, no, I think that merchandise is highly underrated by people, and I really think
It
that
really is. Like when I first started getting sales on my merch store, like yeah, it was a lot more than anything I was making off of YouTube or anything even remotely close. Why is it not working?
yeah, I mean, I think I think it's a vastly superior revenue stream. And then the thing is, I like the idea of let your audience support you with their wallet instead of their eyeballs. You know, for the people who want to.
It's funny that you talk about because you always talk about how oh Janotin got it. Thank you, Janotin, for the actual link. It's always talk you okay, why not gonna talk tonight? It's like that thing you said before on the live stream about how people are scared to sell to their audience. Like, listen,
Yep.
man, there's a way to do it where you don't have to be like overly pushy and just people come to think that that's all you're about is like making money. Like if you do what I just did, like just find a way to like naturally integrate it into your presentation or your videos or your live stream, then it comes off more genuine. You don't have to hawk merchandise or hawk sales. That's not what your channel has to be about, but there are ways to naturally implement that into your content strategy and make some bank, man.
The smartest thing anybody watching this could do is to make a product that their audience would support and would care about that's going to make them like $20. And all of a sudden, if you did decide to just let people know it exists
Right.
every single time you made a video, all of a sudden you could have a $20 CPM regardless of ads because you have a $20 sale and you only have to sell one in every 1,000 views. And it's not that hard when you have something that people would want. Like, I mean, take my audience. Like, I really believe that if I had an audiobook, that my audience would buy it from me, even if that audiobook has nothing to do with YouTube. I think I could do an audiobook that's just about my, like, philosophies of personal development and how to, like, live a better life and how to overcome suffering and struggle and how to, you know, basically make yourself into an awesome human being. I think that literally there's no way that every 1,000 views on a video, if I plug that I wouldn't do a sale for every 1,000 views.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Even John Proctor in the chat, what's up, John? Said merchant wearing that he sold 6,000 Toilet Squad shirts this week.
Oh, dear Lord. And I'm not shocked. That's the thing. John's a freaking hustler.
Hey, Simple Tech, what's going on, man? How you doing? Whew. But yeah, John Proctor. And here's the thing, John Proctor has built that rabid fan base over the period of what, the 6 or 7 years he's been doing front page tech. And I mean, it's nothing for him to drop a merch sale on the channel. And it's like I just said, it's not like he's hawking his merchandise. In the middle of his FPT episode, he just naturally does like an ad spot for the merch and drops it in there naturally. And then he keeps going with his content and it's gravy.
And he makes his merch, but also his sponsor plugs into skits, which makes it acceptable to the audience and they like it. And that's like, and Graham Stephan does the same thing, you know? So, and that's like, that's a really strong way to sell. You know, I got like nobody in the sponsored video I did before I did this video with my friend Ian Corzine. I did a sponsored video with Adobe Spark, and not a single, I didn't delete any comments about this because I was waiting for them. I deleted comments where people were spamming or where people like were being racist. Like, but I got like, I had no negative comments about doing a brand deal with Adobe. And I was actually a little surprised by that. Like, just a little bit.
Yeah. I really sincerely think it's all in the way you present it. Like Renee Ritchie, like probably does it better than anybody or most people because he finds a way to naturally integrate his ad spots into his video and you never see it coming. And a lot of times the ad spot is over before you even realize it was an ad spot. And that is just brilliant the way he does that.
Yeah. Mine was an integration around this whole, like, you know, the side hustle thing. And it's like I went in depth into a lot of different opportunities for people. And so I think that like the thing I have had to delete is people trying to spam or self-promote, you know?
Wizard, are you okay?
Jason.
I'm stretching. I'm tired. I just been watching the football game.
Oh, okay. Dope.
All right. So for my YouTube people, you know who this is. Painfully Honest Tech. For my people on Twitch, this is Jason Lewis. He has a YouTube channel called Painfully Honest Tech, and I believe he also has a Twitch channel called Painfully Honest Tech. So How you doing, Jason?
I'm doing well.
I'm digging that Adidas jumper.
Thanks, man. It's my callback. It's my throwback to the old days.
Lamar, how you doing, man? How you doing? So Jason, I will ask you a question that Roberto asked me earlier. Do you think that a lot of the creators are overreacting to the COPPA situation?
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, I think there's plenty to be worried about. I know I'm worried about it, but I'm not like. I mean, I guess I have to qualify that by saying that I'm not as worried about it for my channel as some other people might be worried for theirs, because I know that like it'd be difficult for me to fall under the umbrella of what's covered by COPPA. But I am worried about what potential ramifications this could have in terms of changing the algorithm. And how that's going to impact all the channels. But we've seen that happen over and over again. This year's been all about like.
No one's even talking about the fact that the suggested algorithm changed like 3 or 4 months ago. No one's talking about it. The entire suggested algorithm changed like 3 or 4 months ago.
I'm of the mindset there've been a few algorithm changes this year.
Oh yeah, but I'm going that specifically because everybody's suggested videos. You know.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I mean, overall, the way my videos have behaved has been different than what it has been than what it was like, say, prior to March, April.
Guys, it's all about that homepage.
Orlando, I'm pretty sure if he told me correctly, Jason is using the Rodecaster audio interface, right?
Right now, I'm using the Rodecaster Pro, but I also have a Universal Audio Aero that I use for music.
He has 3 interfaces. He's an audio whiz over there.
Yeah, I use the Rodecaster Pro for this stuff, podcast and all that kind of thing, and then the Universal Audio is for just doing music recording, and then I have an Avid Audio 11 rack that's a guitar interface thing. So,
all right. So, like I said earlier, this Friday Night Vyp isn't Ask Me Anything. I don't know if Jason and Roberto want to partake in that, but I will leave that to their discretion. But yeah,
I'm down. But I also like, how are we feeling about the morning show? Because I'm like,
but I don't think Jason's watched it yet.
I haven't watched it yet. I was gonna watch it last night, and I ended up getting sucked into this show called Rig 45. It was like a Starz series about like a murder or a suspicious death on an oil rig that turns into like, I don't know, it's crazy. So
interesting. Have you watched none of the morning show, or just not the newest episode?
None.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, he's slacking hard.
Well, see, I started out, I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch C, I'm gonna watch For All Mankind, and the initial reviews of the morning show were kind of mixed. So I was like, well, I'll wait to see how it plays.
It was only mixed, I think, because of some of the subject matter, like not because of the actual substance of the actual program, like,
right?
And the execution of it. It was that some people don't necessarily love the way that the subject matter was handled. Other people are very enthusiastic about it. Other people are just like, why is this the core of the show? And are missing the other subplots that are very fascinating.
Right.
Vyp, I want to ask you, because like without watching it, this one will still be interesting to some extent to you, Jason, because it plays back to a Mad Men kind of thing. Is Vyp, what do you think about the power struggle for control of the network? It kind of reminds me of like the newsroom. It's like, I'm like, yeah.
Now, I have not watched the newsroom, but I find it interesting because the one guy at the top not really concerned, and the other guy is just he's like a snake. He's there, but he's biding his time. And then you got the other guy, the producer guy, who's trying to maneuver events in such a way to get the top guy booted out. I'm not really sure why he's so scared about his position, the producer guy, but he is terrified.
Did you see the latest episode?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's because he knows he's out. He knows he's like, Yeah.
But I don't know how it got to the point where he's out. I guess he's out by association.
This happened while he was at the helm.
Okay, I got you.
So that's part of it. The other part of it is that like by association of that, he seems to have almost no control over his people. He's loved and respected by his people, but he has no real control. Clearly,
No.
like everything is chaos, and it happened while during his tenure. You know,
But
So,
I don't
like,
know. But I don't really know what if him. If it's
that and
if it's
Fred just wants to put in somebody who's 100% loyal to him.
yeah. I don't know if him. I don't know. But I don't know what Chip trying to boot Fred is gonna do for Chip. I don't know if that's gonna ensure Chip's job though. I mean,
Well, with God, what's the slickster's name? I keep forgetting.
Corey
Yes,
and
with
Jason dropped out.
I think Jason was having some technical issues.
Ah.
Corey, if Chip helps Corey take over the reins, he's going to be, he's going to reciprocate that. He's going to be, loyal. And the thing is, he knows that Chip doesn't have the stones to go to war with him. He came begging him for help because he made the mob boss deal. He's like, wait. So you need to get rid of the Don. So you come to me, the underboss. And
Yeah, that was kind of funny.
and you're a goody two shoes. And so it's like, it's like, all right, bring me something. It's like it plays out perfectly if you think about it. It's like, because again, it's this goody two shoes who knows, look, I just don't want to get whacked. I don't know how to play this game, so I'm just coming to you, and I'll owe you. I'll be your guy.
Yeah, I got there. They only got like I think 3 episodes left to figure it all out, and it's getting so good.
I'm just like salivating.
It's that it literally has me at the edge of my seat every time out. It's crazy.
But
So
I probably am like the most down with Corey, honestly.
Yeah, Corey's the man, dude. But CDF man is asking from Twitch if any of us played the new Star Wars game. I have not. I
I'm
think
buying
Jason.
it tomorrow.
I have it.
Oh, you have it.
I purchased it on PC, and I set everything up to stream it today. And then I found out that West Virginia was playing football today and not tomorrow. So I had to not stream the game and play.
The
and watch
irony,
play.
you of all people watching football instead of playing a video game. That's so interesting.
Yeah, well, my West Virginia sports, it's all I've got.
So Jason, me and you just did an Amazon live stream yesterday of the 25 best Black Friday deals that you found. So
Right.
now I got to ask you, did you go after anything today?
I did not, except for another live stream where I did another 30.
Oh wow, okay.
Another 30 Black Friday deals that shouldn't be passed up. Not like I said yesterday.
Practicing some restraint in spending.
Well, I spent all my money on TV.
Oh, is it the one behind you?
No,
Or another one.
this is one that I've had. I was using this for a monitor for a while. This is a 49-inch LG. But yeah, it's another one that I got for the family room. So yeah. But I will say that's the first like pretty big purchase I've made in a while. Of course. So yeah, I didn't end up getting anything, but there were some really good deals. Like we had that Razer phone yesterday, and the Samsung phones, the Note 10, Note 10 Plus, S10, S10 Plus. Those phones are all like $200-300 off today.
Yeah.
Probably the best deal that I saw for a phone today was the LG G8 unlocked for $400.
That is pretty good. Unlocked, definitely. CDF man is asking, what's your Twitch channel? I think it's just Painfully Honest Tech, right?
Yeah, Painfully Honest Tech. It should get you there. So, yeah, Painfully Honest Tech should get you to me. I also have a personal channel, Jason T. Lewis, but
you gotta do some more stuff there.
Yeah, I'm working toward doing more Twitch stuff. I am like a couple of streams away from affiliate.
Ooh.
At this point, so
yeah, you gotta get on that.
I got to get a couple of streams in this 30-day period, and then I'll go. But the Amazon thing has been fun.
I wish I could find a way to get in on that. That seems pretty cool.
Dude, you can get in on it.
It's invite only right now.
Is it?
Yeah, as far as I know. But I could hook you up.
You can apply, but Jason will hook you.
I can hook you up with the email of the guy who got in touch with me. So.
Cool.
Hey, if you can hook me up, like.
But bro, also probably haven't reached out to you yet, man.
I'm shocked. Actually, I'm shocked and appalled they haven't reached out. No.
I don't know what their criteria was or anything like that. the guy like emailed me and was like, "Do you want to do this?"
I mean, look at my studio. My studio is a living infomercial for goddamn Amazon.
Yeah, I know. That's the same thing with me. I was like, "Yeah, I'll just talk about all the stuff that I've either reviewed or that I've bought," and that'll be, But it's a cool deal because you can do 5 live streams a week. Each one's an hour, and it's it's a limited window right now, but I'm not sure that they may extend the window. I don't know what their plans are beyond like the holiday season, but yeah, it's been pretty fun. It's a different way to talk about products. Like
we are all QVC now.
Yeah, it's funny because I was telling Jason yesterday. I'm like, man, it's almost like a sponsored live stream that you're basically doing a sponsored ad for a whole hour, more or less.
But the
It
thing
doesn't
is,
have to be, because I think, to be honest, I think QVC can be fun because I've always felt like I would be the king of QVC for like PC builds and for like gadgets and cameras and shit like that.
so for me, like I've done so many reviews of stuff, and even like reviews that I did 3-4 years ago, I'll still get questions from people saying like, how do you do this or how do you do that, or blah blah blah. And these couple of live streams where I'm talking specifically about the individual products, it opens up the chance to like actually ask those questions, so that suddenly I'm having an interactive conversation with the folks that are watching.
Yeah.
As opposed to like making a video and then putting it out there, and then yes, it eliminates the middleman of like them watching the video and then having to go to the Amazon link in the description. That's one good thing, but it also means I'm talking about specific stuff for a good few minutes and giving like the pros and cons of all of it. And like, so Viper did one with me last night, and then Zach did one with me today, and it was good to do it, I think, as duo, because you guys could ask me
different energy.
Yeah, and these guys could ask me questions that maybe something they don't know that is something that.
And then you're not waiting on the audience for interaction.
Right. So it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I kind of thought it would be uncomfortable, but it wasn't. It wasn't uncomfortable for me at all, because I was talking about stuff that I really liked and stuff that I was like on board with.
I think that's dope, and I think that's good advice for anyone making videos on any platform. Period. Talk about stuff you like.
Yeah, I mean, pretty easy to promote stuff that you use and that you genuinely enjoy. Definitely.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys: do you guys see that new Star Wars trailer?
I have not yet.
It's so good.
I haven't. When did it come out?
I think it came out today. Like Palpatine is the voice of this trailer.
Ooh.
Oh no, I haven't seen that then yet.
So good.
Painfully on his shopping network.
Are you guys excited for this the Rise of Skywalker?
I'm excited for it, but of course, like the fans are making it miserable.
Yeah.
The fans are making the whole thing miserable. The people who care the most about Star Wars are making the run up to this movie a freaking nightmare.
Down with all of my hate.
Okay, let's talk about that. Why do you say that? What makes you say that?
So this happened. This really started to happen.
Where Ryan Johnson sent me things about me. Where Kathleen Kennedy's a girl. It's ruining my franchise because they butchered Luke Skywalker's character. Luke Skywalker was a freaking pansy. Luke Skywalker wanted to join the Empire. Luke Skywalker was never really optimistic. He was going to join the Empire just to get off Tatooine because he was freaking bored. He was going to literally join a genocidal regime because he was bored and didn't want to be a freaking moisture farmer.
Han Solo joined the Empire as well. So I mean,
get out of being to get out of being a mule
kid,
for a mule for like the criminal underworld. Yeah.
But I mean, so it all started with Last Jedi, where a certain faction of the fans felt very vocally that Ryan Johnson had like ruined Luke Skywalker and all these other kinds of things. And it's 2 years later and they have not let it go.
Oh yeah.
And the thing is, I think they're 100% wrong about everything that they say about what they did to Luke Skywalker's character.
Because you know what, I agree with you, Jason, but I understand their anger. You know why? If you identified with and cast your role yourself as, if you see yourself as Luke Skywalker as a kid, or did as a kid, and or as a young man or something like that, they wanted this epic Luke Skywalker to take on the First Order, stand them down, give this great demonstration of mastery of the Force and everything like that.
Right.
Yoda explained that Jedi use the Force, or supposed to use the Force, for defense, never attack. A philosophy they betrayed in the Clone Wars, which was why Luke was right about his criticism of them. In their hubris, they fell under the control of Darth Sidious, betrayed Anakin Skywalker, and allowed him to fall to the dark side. The Jedi, you could make an argument. I think there's a legitimate argument to say if the Jedi aren't evil, they are guilty of treason by incompetence alone, and negligible bunglers who have brought about every disaster the galaxy has ever had. And I think that's even the EU, the blessed expanded universe, kind of paints that picture. And then here's my thing, though. But I understand the outrage of, if you identified with Luke Skywalker, you feel the diminishing or dressing down of his character is a critique on you, so you take it personally. I never identified with Luke. I always identified with Vader.
See, here's the thing, though. I mean, I get people identifying with Luke Skywalker because that's how these archetypal stories are supposed to work. You know, like the hero of the story is supposed to be a stand-in analog for you, and the hero's journey is supposed to be one that you can insert yourself into, and you know, then create a narrative for yourself. But that's
the trick is, people mistakenly believe that Luke Skywalker was the protagonist of Star Wars when it was always it wasn't the hero, but the protagonist of Star Wars was always Darth Vader.
See, the interesting thing to me, and
there's a difference between a hero and a protagonist, as you well know.
Yeah, and I think that what we didn't know, now this is from me having been able to like sort of experience the original trilogy in real time. Mm-hmm. Like, what we didn't know at that time was how deep the Skywalker backstory was. You know, it kind of like got doled out a little bit at a time. And so when the Luke, I am your father thing happens, I mean, literally, I remember being in the theater, and I think that was 1980. Was it 1980 that came out?
I think so.
Yeah. So I was like 9 years old, and I still remember the entire crowd just going like, "What?" when he said that.
What a twist!
I mean, it's just like that was the most shocking twist I think I've ever experienced. Yeah, I think I've ever experienced in cinema. So,
I am your father.
Yeah, exactly. And
because everyone quotes that wrong, by the way. They always say, "Luke, I am your father." It was like, no, I am your father.
Obi-Wan never told you who your father was.
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. He told me enough. He told me you killed him. No, I am your father.
So
no, that's not true. Search your feelings.
Oh yeah, Jason,
that's impossible.
I remember all the backlash from The Last Jedi. People were mad. They really were mad.
They were mad. They were complaining about Luke Skywalker as like a defeated character. You know, he'd had his Jedi school trashed, and he'd failed Kylo Ren, and then he went off and hid on a planet and just chilled out.
You mean that same thing that Yoda did, abandoning the galaxy to the Empire and their genocidal regime, betraying his good friends like Chewbacca and the Wookiees of Kashyyyk that were enslaved by the Empire. Obi-Wan, who knew that there was a Jedi distress speaking out there, knew that like there was all kind of stuff and everything like that going on. And then even with supposedly looking out for Luke and everything like that, almost never inserted himself in his life and left him to be raised by Owen and Beru, to have no knowledge of his gifts. I mean, again, Luke was literally one season away from joining the Empire. Where was Obi-Wan? So
see, this is another thing that really actually pisses me off. that there's this thought out there about this new Star Wars trilogy that for some reason it's like pushing the agenda of like feminism. There's no, I mean, I don't even understand.
How?
I don't even understand where that comes from. I mean, because it's not all dudes.
It doesn't push the agenda. It doesn't push the agenda of feminism from anything from what I saw and everything like that. Because for one thing, if it did, it would pass a certain test where you'd have an X amount of female characters that are not measured by or speaking of or relation to or the romantic interest in a man, and it fails that test. So
Right.
So that's one thing. There's actually a test in cinema, and it actually fails that test. Whereas the original Star Wars failed that test as well, and so did the prequels.
So the interesting thing is that I think what people are uncomfortable with is the fact that there are strong female characters in a Star Wars movie. Now, there was strong female characters in the original trilogy as well as the prequel trilogy. But now we have strong female characters that exist in the place of where strong male characters once were. So we've flipped the script, right?
It's just a matter of I don't even would say it's flipping the script. I mean, Leia was a leader within the rebellion, number one.
Right.
She straight up in the first film, straight up killed like what 3 stormtroopers herself.
Yeah.
In the first film, she immediately condescends to Luke and Han throughout the entire first movie, really puts the screws on Han throughout the third, poses as a badass bounty hunter in the third movie, chokes the life out of Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah.
Like there was
outfit.
like
In that outfit.
the only thing feminine about Leia in the entire original like trilogy was that one outfit, which I think was a bit much, but that was like the hedonistic Hutt thing, so I'll let it go. I'll let it pass. But like Leia, what was feminine about Leia, like in the third movie, going around through the mud, kills about 5 stormtroopers in that thing and everything like that. The only thing feminine was when the Ewoks put the flowers in her hair and that nonsense, right? Damn Ewoks. You want to talk about bad writing and plot points? You have the Ewoks, and you have the first 20 minutes. The first 20 minutes, they everyone says no, Roberto. The reason we hate The Last Jedi is bad writing. What are the take off the nostalgia goggles? What are the first 20 minutes of Return of the Jedi, which was my favorite for a long time? Return of the Jedi in hindsight, without the nostalgia goggles, as much as I love Return of the Jedi, Luke's plan was garbage. Leia's plan for getting Han out was garbage, and they wasted Boba Fett, a sin for which I will never forgive them. Like,
I just want Simple Tech to like stop a second and read what you're writing out loud in words like that you can hear. Try if you have a significant other, which I'm not sure that that's the case.
In the expanded universe, all right, so
and
having the new character instantly be superior to 2 Jedis who have always been there. First of all, there are things that are aberrations in the Force. Palpatine was not an all-powerful Skywalker, and he was a mere mortal human being who grew up as Sheev Palpatine on the backwater planet of Naboo, and yet, without a powerful bloodline, he ended up being more powerful than Yoda, a being whose race is so powerfully aligned to the Force that they can live for a millennia, a being with a metachlorian count prior to the Skywalker bloodline superior to all Jedi and Jedi Masters. And Sheev Palpatine and Mace Windu were both mere mortals, not even at the peak of their age and health, that in a way, Yoda actually said and actually turned leadership of the Jedi Council over to Mace Windu, if you actually read the novel. And both Mace Windu and Sheev Palpatine were powerfully superior or equal to Grand Master Yoda. Again, someone who has been a Jedi and trained Jedi for hundreds of years, had hundreds of years to learn the mysteries of the Force and to build a connection with the living Force, was undermined by 2 middle-aged humans that did not have that mighty Skywalker blood running through their veins.
But Roberto, they're dudes.
Oh, Lord.
That's why it's okay. They're dudes.
Decades of training made Dooku, Palpatine, and Windu on par with a centuries old being who has had multiples of their lifetime to master the Force. Think about that. If the Force uses individuals as vessels, and therefore think about it. Yoda had lifetimes of training to be able and could still be bested by humans with only decades. So that means even a Force user with 10 years of training could be supplanted. Look, Luke only had about 3 years and wasn't really formally trained and was able to stand up to Darth Vader. And in the video games, Starkiller, yes, was raised and trained by Vader for about like 10 years or something like that, but he had enough raw Force ability to take on the Emperor head to head, and the Emperor was like, man, if this kid had had even like 2 to 5 more years, he would have bested me. He like Starkiller. Rey is just Starkiller.
Yeah, to me, what people complain about as bad writing, actually to me is strong character development that just doesn't jive with what people's like jerk off fantasy about Star Wars is.
Luke Skywalker is as much of a Gary Stu. If you call Rey a Mary Sue, then Luke Skywalker is a Gary Stu.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean,
which I will concede that. Luke Skywalker's a Gary Stu. Anakin was a Gary Stu. Anakin was a Gary Stu. The chosen one. Like,
but I think one thing that we've seen is by the end of their character cycles, they are not anymore.
True.
You know, and so I think that's what we're seeing as like what we saw.
Kylo was handicapped in the first movie, in the first sequel movie. We were shown that bowcaster was a one-shot kill over and over and over again. Kylo Ren was like crippled, and then he had wasted some energy fighting Finn, who is skilled in melee weapons. He can't use the Force, but he's skilled in melee weapons. We saw evidence of that as well. He's not incompetent. So you took a shot from Chewie, you wasted some of that remaining adrenaline on Finn, and then you go up against Rey. And Rey has an insane amount of potential because the Force is aiding her. The Force, the living Force, and this is in the novels. Everyone worships the EU, but in the novels, you have individuals who just have a ridiculous anomaly with Force ability. Kip Duron was Luke's apprentice. He fell to the dark side for a little bit, but he was Luke's apprentice. He didn't have the mighty Skywalker blood, but in terms of raw Force power, Luke said that Kip Duron might actually be more powerful than him, even without being a Skywalker. Because again, the Force works in so many mysterious ways. Even without the mighty Skywalker blood, if you brought back the ancient Sith Lords would mollywop Luke, Ren, Kylo, Rey, even Palpatine. The Sith Lords of the Old Republic would mollywop them. The Sith Lords of the Old Republic used to do some absurd shit. Like, I mean, freaking Darth Vitiate, the Sith Emperor, devoured the souls of an entire planet.
And had a mint as a dessert.
You know, hearing Roberto use the word mollywop just make me giggle.
Yeah, but I do think that what people are frustrated with is that it's taking the archetypal character, the hero, through the hero's journey. The hero's journey always ends up in sort of being somewhat demoralized, somewhat, sort of blinded, or not blinded by, but sort of let down by reality, disillusioned, and those are parts of the hero's journey archetype as well, but they're not the kinds of stories like that. That part of the story doesn't sell.
If you watch Japanese anime more, then Luke Skywalker's story arc for what happened in like Last Jedi doesn't bother you that much, because if you want to see somebody like freaking broken, like freaking Fate Stay Night, look at the journey of like freaking Emiya Shiro. He's literally called the hero betrayed by his ideals, or the hero betrayed by his dream. Like a man who sacrificed everything to save the world and was so selfless that everyone's like, okay, it's impossible that you're that selfless. You conditioned the war so that you could play the hero. So we're going to hang you at the gallows. He literally saved everybody. And then everyone blamed him and said, oh, wait, you know what? You started the war and you got all those people killed. So you look like the hero. You're a fraud. And we're going to hang you at the gallows. Like, and that's not even true. He literally was just that selfless.
No,
Yo,
go ahead, Vite.
Hey, Jason, we have a very important question from TDF Man. He wants to know why can't the stormtroopers hit people?
Because they're not clones. Because they're not clone troopers. Clone troopers were conditioned from the DNA of Jango Fett. And when you had the Clone Wars, the clone troopers were actually competent. But when the Empire phased out the clones, then that's what happened.
Yeah. Don't you ever wonder though, and I can't tell if this is what he was referring to or not. Don't you ever wonder like why the stormtroopers just don't like use their fists at some point? Like
No, he I think what he meant was that when they're shooting people, they don't hit. They never hit their target.
Yeah, no, they never do because because
First Order stormtroopers do.
See, that's what a lot of people either don't know or don't want to or don't want to acknowledge at this point is that Star Wars is a space western. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And George Lucas and Steven Spielberg with the work that he did with Indiana Jones, they were taking the crappy B-level like stuff that used to run before the movie, like the episodic like cowboys and Indians kind of thing.
The spaghetti westerns.
Well, the spaghetti westerns, but they were actually more like emotionally developed.
That's true, but they took a lot from that. They took a lot.
So they just took that formula, which was taken from the hero, the archetypal story of the hero's journey. They took that story, those kinds of stories, that archetype, and they just updated it with lasers instead of 6-shooters and spaceships instead of horses.
Yes.
And nobody wants to admit that okay, I've spent way too much of my adult life talking about something that's basically meant to be an homage to B movies.
That's fair, and also is meant to sell an absurd amount of merchandise.
Although I will say
the Fox
that
merchandising rights deal was the worst negotiation in history.
What's up, El Jefe? How you doing, bro?
I will say though, because Zach made a similar comment the other night, and yes, by the time the first 3 movies had run their course, and by the first 3 movies, I mean
the original trilogy. The original trilogy.
Yeah. The merchandise was everything, but going into Star Wars, I don't think anybody had any idea like that it would become the merchandising cash cow that it did.
Not after the first film, but that was but here's the thing. I'm just the kind of person that I feel that whether I believed in it or not, if I was in that position, I would have just giving him more money just because I don't believe in giving up IP.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, I still remember when the initial Star Wars action figures came out. There was first the initial 12.
Do you have any?
I do.
Oh,
I do. I have a Han Solo new in box.
Oh my God, that's worth some serious coin.
It's worth a few $1,000s. So here's what happened. So my parents my mom went out and got me my set, whatever. And I had the little stand where you could put them all on the stand and move them around and showcase them that way. And I also then for Empire Strikes Back, I got an AT-AT. Ooh. Or an AT-AT as they call them now. We called them AT-ATs back then.
Yeah.
And that was super cool. I had a Death Star, a Millennium Falcon. I had the whole kit and caboodle. But my wife's parents went out and bought that first Christmas after Star Wars came out. Went out and bought a whole set of the action figures, the original 12, and then forgot. My mother-in-law forgot that she had bought them and bought another set. And when they were cleaning out their house, when they were cleaning out the storage in their house before they they were going to the Peace Corps, and so they had to put a lot of stuff in storage. They found an entire set of new in-box original Star Wars action figures.
That's like gotta be $100,000.
It fluctuates quite a bit, honestly. Like
it'll go up after this.
Yeah, I think when the new movie started, the prices went down because it was like.
But now that the sequel saga will be completed, it's like
Right.
The circle is complete, and then with the return of the Emperor redeems everything. Just like, let's just be very clear about that. No matter what else happens, my boy Palps redeems this entire movie.
Okay, well, we'll see.
There's no Ian McDermott can do no wrong. He's a fucking treasure and belongs to the entire world.
So it's interesting.
And I will literally go to war with anybody who says any differently.
Right now, Baby Yoda's the one who owns the world.
That's fair.
Yeah, Baby Yoda is
Baby Yoda belongs to the people.
Ruler of the people.
Belongs to the people. You can't take Baby Yoda from us.
The interesting thing is,
I will cut you.
I haven't read as much of the sort of legacy stuff that you have. I haven't.
Yes.
I didn't like delve deeply into the books and
I owned over 50 different Star Wars books, and I've read every single book within the extended universe.
Right. So the Emperor Palpatine doesn't play as big a role in my head when it comes to the story as I think it does as I think he does in yours.
Yes.
So because I don't know as much of his backstory. I know what happened in the first trilogy. I know what happened in the second trilogy. And now
brilliant. He's brilliant. He's brilliant. He's the perfect Machiavellian like foil to all of this and everything like that. He outwitted a millennial old being in the form of Master Yoda, blinded the entire Jedi Council to his presence while serving alongside them for 8 years as the Supreme Chancellor, and a previous 20 years as the Senator from Naboo. Engineered the entire Clone Wars in such a way that he literally already ruled the galaxy by being Supreme Chancellor, and Darth Sidious, master of Count Dooku, being the true leader of the Separatist forces. He already controlled the galaxy the entire time, and nobody was the wiser. And again, with a handful of acolytes, he wiped the Jedi Order from the face of the galaxy. I mean, and it only takes 2 Sith Lords. That's a testament to the true powers of the dark side.
It's true. So I'm excited for the movie, or at least I'm trying to be excited for the movie. But especially on YouTube, there are so many people out there who are like, there's this guy Nerdrotic who just won't let go. I don't know. Like, did Kathleen Kennedy come and like pull hairs off his ball sack or something? This guy is so upset.
Where did they hurt you?
Yeah, he's so upset. He's a grown man. He looks like he's my age, and he's got action figures taped to his wall, and all he does is make videos about how much he.
Well, there's good money in hating on Star Wars right now. Let's just be very clear about that. I mean, you know the YouTube game.
I know the YouTube game quite well.
There's a lot of money.
Yeah, but the drama giveth, the drama taketh away. Okay.
Because here's the thing: what do they do? But I would say when this movie crushes it and destroys every box office record, when everybody's raving about this, when it's like when people leave the theater in tears, what are they going to do then?
See, what they'll do is they say, well, it just made a lot of money. People are stupid. People don't understand. People don't get.
And when their own fans betray them.
Yeah.
Roberto, look on his face over there.
See, what you have to do when faced with
blinded by their arrogance.
When faced with your enemy suddenly turning into something positive, you have to just own it. You have to make the video that says I was wrong and Apple is okay.
Oh man. Oh Lord, it's too much.
The rise of Skywalker will be more powerful than all of us.
So, Roberto, you think this movie is going to break all the box office records for
I
real?
think there's a very healthy chance. I mean, what else is competing with it in its time slot?
Well, nothing.
Nothing.
Ding, 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 ding. So that by itself, one thing you have to understand is that going to the movies for the holidays is a time-honored American tradition. Actually, I would say globally for anyone who celebrates the Christmas holidays or the winter holidays. And
Or
again,
holiday.
this is a spectacle. And then again, regardless of how you felt about the last one, you have to remember the casual, the non-fanboys, the casual, the average consumer, as we always like to bring up, the average consumer doesn't give a shit. They're gonna go see the last saga film of the Star Wars movie. They're going to complete the bookend of it, and and they're going to have watched all the Star Wars movies on their cable network of choice for the holidays because we all do it every damn year. And
Or
so
Disney
with
Plus.
another one coming out,
Or they just watch them all on Disney Plus.
right? Because the 10 million people who signed up right away to Disney Plus because Disney's an empire, the power of the empire,
15 million
the
now.
true empire.
15
Like,
million
yeah.
and counting. El
15 million
Jefe.
counting.
When you're giving it away for
Jesus.
free, I mean, everybody's going to come to the well when they're
But
when
they're
you're
gonna
giving water away
stay.
for free.
But they're
a
going
lot
to
of them are gonna
stay
stay,
because
yeah.
one, you have to remember that a lot of consolidation of Hulu. That ESPN package is also attractive
Yeah.
for the sports fans.
Yeah.
That
No, I
the
know.
pricing model of that from a streaming standpoint, and with the Netflix inventory that was gutted, that's compelling. And
Yo,
then you have to remember, all the
El
Marvel
Jefe.
people will too.
Shout out to my man El Jefe for the $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the support. Yeah, yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, but the average consumer is going to love this movie and is going to go to it with no expectations. The fanboys that cover and all the people who hated Star Wars and made YouTube videos about it will have no choice but to go and see it 3-5 times to make their videos anyway. So
Yeah.
they're still going to support it and give it money. They're still going to have to go. Just like when you don't think, oh, I don't like this smartphone, I don't think it's going to purport. You still have to buy the smartphone or get a hold of it and review it. Like that's the game. So they don't have any choice. And
No.
then with the Mandalorian, the hype around the Mandalorian,
Yep.
like there are people who are like, you know what, I'm gonna give this a shot. And J.J. Abrams, they're gonna be like, you know what, Ryan pissed me off, but J.J., I trust him. Like, or like, and so and these trailers just keep getting better and better and better. And again, people ran out of steam. This like they ran out of hate. They ran out of steam. Aside from the people milking it for the views and the few diehards that are with them because all right, you stayed loyal to the cause, like what are they going to like? They have to make a video every month speculating as to whether Kathleen Kennedy's finally going to be fired because they have such a hate boner for her.
Yeah, it's I've watched I watched the Game of Thrones channels. I watched the Star Wars channels. Like the life cycle of those channels is really interesting because when it's relevant, when they're relevant, they have to make a video every day and they have to figure out something to talk about every single day. And then when it's no longer relevant, what do? I mean,
Yeah.
if you ran a successful Game of Thrones channel up to now, like what does your channel do? You're dead.
Fan fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, one thing I can say is at least now we have an example. So Game of Thrones just totally bit it. Just
Yeah.
sucked worse than anyone could ever have imagined. Like I was with them up until the last 2 episodes.
Yep.
And then it was clear that they were just like, fuck this.
We're out. And then they
and-
aren't even going to do the damn Star Wars movies they were so like into doing. Like
No,
you
because
fucked over the fan base for nothing.
I think they got outed as like not nearly as genius as everybody gave them credit for.
No, they guessed R plus L equals J. I guessed that years ago because I read the damn books.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the underlying story is that once they ran out of book material, then they got exposed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
And-
they did some interesting off the book stuff, like the Shay and Tyrion stuff, because of the chemistry of those two actors, because of Peter Dinklage and I forget her name, unfortunately, but the actress who played Shay.
Right.
They retooled that relationship and that character and extended her character arc to accommodate the chemistry between the two actors, and also the fans were very invested in that.
Yeah.
And they did similar things with some other characters as well in terms of amplifying their roles. And I think that was great, but they couldn't ride the coattails of Martin's genius and pass it off of their own indefinitely, and those minor derivative tweaks weren't enough. And they got, like, to Viper's point, they got outed for not being nearly as clever as they portrayed themselves to be.
Yep.
Well, and there's a reason why George R.R. Martin takes like a decade and a half to write a freaking book, you know.
Half a century. Yep.
He's figuring this stuff out, but he's going like all the way back.
Oh yeah.
He's probably got like hundreds and hundreds of years worth of notes in terms of like history. You know, seriously, I mean, if they were gonna still do those prequels, you know, you know that he's got all that stuff like it's all mapped out.
Well, since it's not Dan and Dave making them this time, I'll still watch it.
Thank God.
And it'll largely be casting that I think will make a difference. And because again, there'll be people who will come back because people don't want to end anything on a bad note. So given the opportunity for something to be redeemed, they'll, you know.
Yeah. Yep. No, I think people still love the stories. People still love the characters. I think people, and my overall point in bringing it up is that people were right to feel betrayed by the end of that series.
I agree with that more than I agree with how people feel about Star Wars.
And that's the point that I'm making, is that like these people who are complaining that Star Wars has somehow been ruined, like they don't know what they're talking about because they haven't seen a story. They clearly didn't watch Game of Thrones and to see an actual entire universe get shit on.
Yeah, not to mention if anything was quote unquote like having overt feminist messaging, I would argue for Game of Thrones.
Yeah. So Janosis wants to know how much I fit on a Baby Yoda. I am not sure. Me personally, I mean I wouldn't fit that much, but you know the ladies love Baby Yoda, so you gotta make the ladies happy, Janosis. So that would depend on that.
My wife was out of town when the first a couple of episodes of Mandalorian came out. So there were 3 episodes, and last weekend I was just like, okay, let's sit down. You guys will, I said, her and my daughter, I was like, you guys will like this. You really will. And my wife was a big fan of Boba Fett. She read like there was a whole arc of Boba Fett books.
Yes.
In the extended universe, and she had read all those books, and she was like way into him as a character. So I was like, look, you're really gonna like this. But I knew in the back of my mind, I knew that Baby Yoda was gonna just like
steal the show.
It was just gonna be like, oh, this is pretty good. Yeah, I like this. And then Baby Yoda happens, and she would be like, oh my god. and I just waited. I waited, and you know the big blaster battle happens, and then they go in, and on cue, she was like, oh. as soon as his face appeared, she's like, oh my god.
But that freaking IG droid though.
Yeah, he was pretty badass.
Oh,
that was badass. It's like, but I could see, like, that's a freaking murder machine. And like in the context of the Star Wars universe, I can understand some of the prejudice against droids. It's freaking murder machines that, just like freaking ball and socket joints, just going all willy nilly, murdering people with the.
Oh, yeah, that's like a little mini Terminator going on over there. Don't doubt.
Frick the Terminator. It's like it's not even close, dude. It's like if they had that instead of the T-800, the war would have been over.
Yo, El Jefe, I got a feeling this is gonna be one of the longer shows in a while, so might be here a while.
You never know.
Hey people, this is still an AMA. Actually, it's an Ask Us Anything now. I think we have 3 people in here. You can ask us whatever you want. Roberto and Jason can choose to answer if they want or they're not to. It's up to them. But I'm
an open book. I'll answer anything.
You will answer anything. Roberto, I didn't ask you yet. Did you get anything this Black Friday?
Nothing yet.
Nothing. Oh, yet? Oh.
Nothing yet.
Are you looking at something in particular or what?
I'm just going to get freaking Jedi Fallen Order.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know, but while at Best Buy, I will pick up whatever strikes my fancy. I'll just put it on my Best Buy card. Like,
nice.
Whatever.
Jason, the TV that you brought, how many inches?
65.
Nice. That's the way to do it.
I wanted to go 75.
I got the 70.
Yeah, Best Buy actually in their app, they now have like an AR thing in the app where you can put the thing that you're thinking about buying in the space.
Really?
Yeah. And I put the 75-inch TV that I wanted to buy in the space where it would go, and it didn't fit at all. And I was like, okay, I guess I just can't get a 75
I'm
inch.
sitting there and I'm envying like Justine, and I wonder if Sarah has one as well. Like I'm sitting there envying every big YouTuber with a 90 inch. I knew Andrew Andrews has like a 90 inch or something. Like I'm sitting there, I'm looking at that 70-inch TV, and all I can think of is why is it not a 90? And that's just like a frivolous thing with me, just because I've always, as a kid, this is like one little vice of mine. I'm not materialistic, but as a kid, I always dreamed as a kid, because I watched Richie Rich as a kid, of having that home theater that Richie
Right.
Rich had when he would bring his like little girlfriend over, and they would just like sit there in his home theater with his dog and the popcorn. Because the one thing I'm looking for is I'm shopping for my own personal popcorn popper for movie night.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Okay, this is wild. This is definitely wild. This AR thing is wild.
Yeah.
yeah,
No, AR has practical applications.
Yes, it
yeah.
does.
So I mean, I would have come home with a 75-inch television and then been like, okay, we better take some stuff out of this room. You know? It was really big, and you can't. I mean, 75-inch TV looks really big even in the store, but like the 65-inch. A 65-inch TV looks somewhat normal sized, and a 55 looks small when you're in the store. When you get them into your house, whole different deal.
Oh yeah, they're huge.
So I'm trying to get TCL to hook me up with one of their micro LED TVs so I can do a little shootout.
They probably would be willing to do that.
I sent them an email proposing such a thing, and it's the holidays, so who knows? But yeah, because TCL. We talked about it the other night on the podcast for a while. The TCL is like coming up the backside, really making some good TVs for a lot less money than like one of the
I
things
think bang for the buck, they might be the best on the market, and then I would say Sony and Samsung. LG, actually, screw that, LG.
Sony is like Sony was the king of the CRT, you know.
Yeah.
And then they didn't quite.
No, RCA was.
Well, I think toward the end of it, Sony. I remember when I was a kid, like if you were a family and you had a Sony TV in your house, then that meant you were rich.
I see. Well, I'm saying like across America, everybody owned an RCA.
Right.
And an RCA VCR. Like that was the brand. It's like you either had that or you had a Panasonic VCR.
Yeah. Panasonic made arguably the best plasmas. And
I'll give it that.
So when I was talking to my guy at Best Buy, when I was first like out there shopping for a TV, I was like, Sony has always been something. I've never owned a Sony TV. I always wanted to own a Sony TV. And he's like, for 3 years ago, I would have told you to buy a Sony TV. But in the past 3 years, Sony has kind of, they've started buying parts from other people, and they've started to be a little bit less hands-on themselves. They still have really good picture science, but Samsung and LG are kind of the kings of the game
Samsung's in my room. So I've got the 50-inch Samsung in my room, and I've got the 70-inch LG downstairs.
Jason, so I just bought a Samsung Q80R. It was an open box at Best Buy. No remote. So I got it's on sale right now for $1,700. It retailed when it was first released for $2,700.
Holy Lord!
And I got it for $1,400.
Well done, sir. Well done.
So every once in a while, the Best Buy open box gods shine down on me.
No doubt. Yo, Simple Tech, I am in definite agreement with this one, man. AR is definitely superior to VR, in my opinion. Like Roberto said, AR have more practical applications, and AR does not take you out of your immediate world like VR does. So AR is the future.
I think that VR has practical applications in the future.
I think it has practical applications now in terms of, but not in the way people are thinking. I think it has practical medical applications for rehabilitation and physical therapy, and even for helping people with mental health and trauma. I think that virtual reality has a lot to offer.
Yeah, I was gonna say training and simulation, definitely.
Oh, absolutely. It has a lot of military applications. I think that VR headsets for remote trucks. So the AI, the artificial intelligence self-driving trucks, when we get them up to 95%, The other 5% is somebody puts on a VR headset for the detail work.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
no more long hours, no more back-breaking labor, no more it's like video game time.
Yeah,
True.
it's so what I meant though was like I think VR will have applications like consumer based, like in the home kind of applications at some point in the more distant future, but AR is going to be something that we use in our
Immediately
homes.
applicable to the average
Yeah.
consumer. Yep.
Yeah, I think that we're gonna see AR stuff much sooner, within the next couple of years.
Look, AR, you can go AR and you can make what I call a smart mirror, and you can immediately take over fashion with that, and you can create like runway experiences at home and in store, and that would be extraordinarily practical. Once we get the cell phone technology for it, it gets a little bit better because you just make them 3D. Like you go to the store and you get a 3D render kind of made of yourself with the mirrors in the store. Now you load it up on your profile on your phone, you pay a fee, a subscription model, and now you can order clothes tailored to fit you. And the thing is, you can, with a fee, you can have so many, okay, my body type changed, go into the store and get this, get rescanned again ever so many times or something like that.
Right.
So like all of a sudden you can augment retail, and it would make sense because now the experience of the store is the AR application of trying things on. And if they have it in stock, sure, but otherwise you can get it delivered to you tailor made to specifications. So all of a sudden, we've brought back tailored clothing.
Right.
And I think also AR letting people then order clothing e-commerce wise, almost print on demand style, in a or with 3D printing,
Like a
combining
drop
AR
ship
with
kind of thing,
that, and a drop shipping model. All of a sudden, you got people designing their own custom clothing, and then that's a whole industry. And the thing is, that's to some extent it's a luxury industry, but the thing is, once you start making enough income that where you decide that you want it, you just pay for it.
Yeah, imagine what the world is going to be like when the 3D printers that we have now actually become something that is ubiquitous in every household, and it makes like a large portion of the consumer products that.
I'm concerned about the 3D printing of weapons is the thing I'm most concerned about with
Yeah,
that.
I think that's fair, but I think that that's going to happen no matter what.
I'm concerned that if you 3D print either a ceramic or graphite gun, that you can bypass security.
Yeah, but I think that they, at this point they can make molded.
Same thing
plastic.
for a ceramic knife.
Yeah, they can make molded plastic guns that have no metal parts.
The heating issue on that and everything like that, I'm worried that you can go ahead and you could decide, someone could just decide to make composite material, and then they could release the source code for that out to the internet, to the web, and then it's like Molotov cocktails all over again.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, well, we do have the Anarchist Cookbook out there somewhere, so.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Imagine the 21st century equivalent of the Anarchist Cookbook being like, I mean, that's something I'm concerned about, along with the weaponization of AI in that way for deepfakes, because I think the future of our real problems, and I don't think, with one or two exceptions, I don't think most people in Washington are equipped to deal with the 21st century economy, let alone the 21st century security issues. Because like a friend of mine, I think I told you about this, Vyp, a friend of mine in Kansas was telling me about how their local ER was being held for ransom by hackers.
That's right. You told me. Yep.
I've heard about
scares
that
the
in a couple of different places. Yeah.
Imagine like all the small towns of America whose infrastructure, not just from the power grid, because everyone just keeps thinking about the power grid. I'm talking about, imagine disrupting the local hospitals, the largest local small business, like that actually employs the most people, something like a tire plant or something like that, where they're not exactly going to have the best IT infrastructure, right? Like, and they're not going to want, like, it's going to be expensive for them to hire those Silicon Valley or New York slicksters to come save their ass, right? You could literally disrupt the economics and payroll of an entire town pretty easily if you're Russia or China. That's the thing I think about at night.
But the thing that freaks me out the most, and it's freaked me out since the New York City blackout in 2003, is somebody taking control of the computer systems of all of our sort of our electricity and other just the whole infrastructure.
The power.
I
grid
mean,
stuff.
that was the literal plot of Live Free or Die Hard, the fourth Die Hard movie.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
I think that's die itself less likely to happen. I think it'd be more subtle because again, I think you instill the real chaos and panic by doing stuff like, man, imagine like the three biggest employers in the. You're in a small town, Jason. Imagine the three largest employers, because the three largest employers are not big tech firms. The three largest employers in your town are something that's more rural than that, and something more, whatever. Like imagine that. Okay, crap. Imagine the people in your small town that are employed in the largest blue collar job sectors in your town. Imagine the disruption of payroll for 3 weeks to those people. Chaos ensues.
Yeah, my town's probably a little different because I mean it's not that small a town. It's with
But
the
it's not a
university
city.
like 150,000 people, but it's also got a major Big Ten research university tied to it. So
Okay. So,
we
all right, taking
we
that out
do.
of the equation, like, but what about someplace like Boise?
Yeah, no, I think someplace like Boise, someplace like even a place like Des Moines, Iowa, which
Yeah.
is a bigger town, but not necessarily like an education hub the way a college town would be. Yeah, definitely. I've always told people like I've spent a lot of time thinking about the apocalypse and what would be necessary in order to like survive an
I got my
apocalypse.
go bag. I got my go bag, and I got all my
Yeah,
camping gear now.
yeah, and so one thing that I always like to freak my students out with because I taught 20-year-olds. I used to always be like, how long? I always used to like to say to them, how long do you think it would take before people would start killing each other over food? If like the entire infrastructure of how we live our daily lives ceased, it would take I say 3 to 4 days before more than
You're
a few people
you
are.
think you're thinking food. Like actually, it would be because of the fact like the stuff that's available, like the looting would offset that for weeks because of the grocery stores and stuff like that, and where food's plentiful. The bigger issue is the fact when nobody's in control of the water resource plants anymore and the water treatment plants. Controlling a clean water source is the thing that most normies won't think of, that me and my legion would have already secured because of, again, I hung out with nothing but soldiers. I grew up in a military town. I grew up the son of a marine. I already know that the thing that we have to do is I would have already taken control of the clean water sources.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good point. Um, so yeah,
I have a real apocalypse plan. I like is like
yeah,
You got a bunker too?
my overall point being like to the students was like we don't fully understand exactly how fragile the things that sort of tie this whole thing together are. Like you cut off any one major source of anything, and
the water treatment's a big deal though.
yeah, but I think if one thing goes down, then it could be enough to take everything down. And once that starts to happen, then people like all bets are off. We're no longer neighbors. We're no longer neighbors. We're combatants in a war for survival. Right?
Yeah, I'm with you, Jason. I think it would devolve relatively quickly if it came to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is why, well, initially though, that's where initially, well, depending on where you live though, it depends on where you live. It depends on how strong the military presence and accessibility is where you live, and it depends on whether. It also depends on. It depends on leadership, because if somebody in that situation, if you have a very strong, charismatic, leader that has a lot of armed people behind them, that situation devolves less quickly, and then it's actually the civilians at that point versus the National Guard or the police force.
Right.
Which they outnumber at that point. So then that becomes interesting.
Yes.
And then it's a matter of whether the charismatic leader can bring those people even to heal, because they have the numbers of like, you guys want to enforce order, we can do that, but understand that we outnumber you, so it goes our way. So there's
Right.
that.
All right, who didn't feed the dog? Which one of you didn't feed your dog?
No, that's not the feeding. That's more of oh, did something move in the shadows?
Oh, that's your dog. Okay.
Yeah, my dogs are. I'm thankfully separated from
Thankfully separated.
from any noise that my dogs could be making. No, man, you should buy the headphones. You should buy the headphones because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Okay, that's true. Gotta
What
live your
headphones
best
are you
life.
looking at, Vype?
Oh no, somebody in the chat was talking about buying headphones.
Oh,
Yeah, live your best life, baby.
like
Darren NY81 says, "So you're saying I shouldn't buy those headphones I saw on Amazon?"
No,
And
enjoy them now.
get them while you can.
right, man. They may come in handy in the zombie apocalypse. You never know.
We know not what the future
Do you
holds.
know what that be like? The dopest scene in like a zombie movie is just somebody like just jamming out to like Smooth Criminal and just like destroying zombies for free with their headphones on and just like freaking like freaking moonwalking away from the carnage they just caused by killing all these damn zombies.
Roberto,
Like-
if you I don't know if you saw Blade 3 with Jessica
direct
Biel,
that.
but Jessica Biel did something like that in Blade 3 where she put on her headphones and then she went to work, man.
Yeah, I
Playing
actually did see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, but for that one, instead of it being like that, it'd be like for me, for comedic reasons, it'd be Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal. Like, and it's like, and it would be better. It would be better if it's a female protagonist and her name actually happens to be Annie.
That would be slick.
That would be so like, like, oh my God, I'm just choreographing it in my head. It's just so amazing. Like, oh my God. Yes.
All right, we got a question from CDF man.
Why did Cortana die on the Xbox and with headphones?
I can't tell you the real reason because I don't know it, but my guess is because Cortana sucks.
Nobody adopted it. It was too costly to maintain the code base and the updates for compatibility because, again, it didn't have wide user adoption. It did nothing for them. It was a joke, and it wasn't funny anymore.
I would add to that, but Roberto and Jason pretty much covered it.
I think ultimately, like, it's the same thing as to a certain extent, it's the same thing as Force Touch on the iPhones. Like, Microsoft didn't force the users to use Cortana, right?
No.
And Microsoft didn't have a mobile device base like Apple does to sort of integrate Cortana into their mobile devices the way that Apple has with Siri.
Rest in peace.
So, yeah. So, because Microsoft didn't like build their operating system around using Cortana, they just kind of sprinkled Cortana around the edges. It never caught on to the point where people actually were forced to use it, and if you're forced to use it, then you get into this thing where it starts to build on itself, and that's why smart home stuff has been like probably one of, at least in the top 5 stuff to buy in the holiday season for the past 3 years, because the ecosystem has continued to develop.
Mm-hmm.
Cortana never really became a thing.
Smart home is on the come up.
Still, you would have thought that by now it would have already come up.
No, it's still on the way, no doubt.
Yeah, every year there's like more applications. Today on the Amazon thing that I did, there was a smart garage door opener that I actually have it, but I haven't installed it yet. And whenever you see the commercials on TV of Amazon delivering packages and putting them in the garage, they're using this smart garage door opener thing. And those are the kind of, like, I can't wait until the moment comes when I can drive up to my garage door, do nothing, and just have it open like the freaking Batcave. It's like, yeah, just drive up and it opens like the Batcave and I'm golden. That's That's what I'm waiting for.
Speaking of the Batcave, I went back and watched the 1989 Batman movie. Classic.
Oh yeah,
It was classic.
it held up for you.
It held up.
Good. Good.
I still am a big fan of that, and also, Batman Returns, Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Please and thank you.
Amen, Roberto. Amen. Selena
She still
Kyle.
got it too.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
she has aged so amazingly well, and she's such a tremendous actress. Like tremendous talent. Like, it's absurd how good. Here's something else weird. I was watching The Princess Bride again. I've been binge watching that on loop a lot, and it took me a while to realize that Robin Wright played Buttercup back in the day.
Oh really? Yeah.
As a movie aficionado, I felt like, like I let myself down with that one.
Yeah, that was her first like big, like recognizable role. Yeah, I had a huge Robin Wright crush back in the day. I thought Carrie Elwes was going to be like a super mega movie star coming out of The Princess Bride, because that came out did it come out in 88 or 89?
I think 89.
Yeah, so that was again the year that I graduated high school. We also had Batman. We had what else did we?
Which is better? Princess Bride or Lady Hawk?
Princess Bride, for me. But only because it's one of those. It was one of those movies that among my friends and everybody else, like it was sort of it's like The Big Lebowski, just ultimately quotable, applicable to every situation.
I think I like The Princess Bride more, but if I'm going to go with actual writing, Lady Hawk.
I have to watch Lady Hawk again. It wasn't. I know I saw it, but it wasn't like it didn't loom large in the legend of my youth group. So
I'm not just saying that just because of my partiality to Michelle Pfeiffer.
All right, Roberto, I got a question for you, dude.
Yeah.
Usually, every time we stream, your background is the color purple. Is purple one of your favorite colors, or is it a Dragon Ball Z thing, or what puts you in the color purple?
It just happens to work aesthetically, and it's like it looks more purple than it is, and because it's a mix. But it's like, well, a lot of it is that I picked CMYK, which is cyan, magenta, yellow, black, which is more of it's partly a graphic design thing, but also it was popularized with the Spider-Verse. Everybody kind of got into that. But it's theoretically it's more. It depends on which button I push here, and it could go more blue, or it could go a little bit differently. Because actually, I really like. To be honest, I really like the blue. Let me adjust something with the bookcase. Like, I really like the blue. It's just less visible on camera when I do it.
Not you, Jason. Not you.
Yeah.
So
I've got my shit hooked up to my Stream Deck. So.
Oh wow, fancy pants over there. Woo.
I can go workroom. I can go studio lighting.
okay, so see, I need to hook mine up to my Stream Deck. You're right. That makes sense.
I can turn my light off.
Y'all some fancy mofos.
I can brighten. I can make it brighter. Wash myself out. I can hit it back to the 30% that I use all the time. I've got it all set up so that I can turn everything off.
Roberto, where's your plaque at, man?
It's on the bookcase. It's right there.
Wait, why am I not? Oh, okay. I'm like, why am I not seeing it? I got it.
Yeah, it's on the bookcase.
Yeah. So
I have a thing here on the rare occasion that I film back against the desk, like in the good old days. Like I have a thing here. Eventually, I'm hoping with one of the two new channels that eventually I'll get the new silver play button, and so then I'll put that up somewhere.
Nice. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot about that. Jason, you got new glasses. How are they?
no, these are not the new glasses. These are still the chewed up ones.
Oh, okay.
So I was hoping that I'd get a call from LensCrafters today saying that the new glasses came in, but they haven't come in yet. So I'm still using these, but I can put on the shades.
You don't have to. I mean, if the glasses work, the glasses work.
Well, it's like I've gotten used to it, but they are so chewed up that it's almost impossible to to really see through certain parts of the lenses. So
Okay.
and now I put on the shades, so everything looks less.
I don't know, man. You were looking all natural over there with the shave, man. You were rocking them.
Oh, that's pretty dope.
Yeah. So but the new glasses are red. So all my new merch, they made the glasses red in all of my new merch, and so yes, my dog chewed up 2 pairs of really expensive glasses that made me then have to go out and get more glasses. But it gave me the opportunity to get some red Wayfarers. So now I can match my merch and just bring it up, bring it all together as a package.
Darren says your shades looks savage.
Thank you, Darren. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. It is weird though. Like when we did the podcast the other night, and I had the shades on, and then I put the glasses back on because they're bifocals. Like my eyes were just like, wow.
You're like, what the hell happened here?
Yeah.
We got a question in chat. So Jason wants to know, what was the first piece of tech that got you guys into technology? Oh my God. Whew.
Okay. I got an answer for that.
Enlighten us.
Okay. I mean, I could say it's my first record player, but that was like a means to an end. It wasn't like a piece of tech that I liked for the fact of it being a piece of tech. First piece of tech that got me into tech was the Sony Walkman. I got a Sony Walkman for Christmas the year that I was in 10th grade. And this was back when you ordered Christmas gifts from like the Sears catalog. And so my grandparents ordered me a Sony Walkman from the catalog, and I opened it up on Christmas Day, and it was pink. It was pale pink, and I was crushed, of course, because what 15-year-old kid wouldn't be crushed by receiving their dream gift, but in a color that is like kryptonite. But I decided that I didn't want to wait for the 2-3 weeks that it would take to get to like send it back and then get another one back. So I decided to keep it. And I carried that pink Walkman around with me all the way through high school. And then after that, when I got my first student loans coming out of the student loan office, when I first got to college, first thing I did was stop at the stereo store and buy myself some speakers. and then it was off to the races at that point.
For me, I would have to say a computer. I mean, I don't remember what particular computer it was, but I think as a kid, I always gravitated toward computers. I don't know if it was just like the display or the keyboard or whatever it was, but computers back in the day, probably talking late 80s, early 90s, but computers, it was definitely a computer for me.
Yeah, I guess I could probably say that the Atari 2600 was like my introduction into tech. But again, like I just wanted to play the video games. It wasn't so much about like the technology involved.
Now, did you own a Nintendo or Super Nintendo or Genesis or anything like that?
Had a Sega Genesis. Never had a Nintendo. Well, my brother had
Blasphemy.
My brother had Nintendo, but see, by the time Nintendo became popular in the early 90s, I was in college.
Nintendo was popular in the 1980s.
Well, okay.
Massively popular in the 1980s.
So by the time people had them around me, I was in college.
You were hanging around the wrong people.
and so, but my brother had one at the house, but I didn't live.
Shigeru Miyamoto is a living god.
But and I did end up, I think I had the Sega Genesis. I think I had 2 different Sega machines, and then I had the PS1.
Now, since you had a Sega Genesis, did you have Joe Montana Sports Talk Football?
No.
Oh man,
I did not.
Oh,
sadly enough.
Oh,
for me, it was the NES Entertainment System in 1987.
Ooh, okay.
And it was all about Super Mario Bros. Combined with Duck Hunt, which was all about.
Yes.
I had the Zapper. Like, I had the Nintendo Zapper. I didn't have the Power Glove. I wanted the Power Glove because I watched Ben Savage and Fred Savage in The Wizard when later, which came in the 90s, the late 80s, early 90s with the advent of Super Mario Brothers 3, but debuting. But the Power Glove, there's the one thing to this day, if I could actually find a working Power Glove on eBay, I will buy it. Even though it's garbage, it's like it was the point is it's the Power Glove, god damn it. So I was all about Nintendo and it was all about the Zapper. And all about and I was like super old school, like blow the cartridge, like all of that, right?
Oh yeah.
Taking apart the VCR, putting it back together and everything like that, fixing the tapes when the tapes get eaten and rewinding the tapes back manually, all that good shit.
Oh yeah.
Like,
oh god.
So I was into all that stuff. Later it would eventually be computers. We had like some garbage DOS computer for a while that that thankfully we got for a bargain like with the church, but like later I got a real computer because my grandmother, when I was 13, my grandmother bought off QVC with her CNA nursing salary, made the big sacrifices. It was a huge purchase because this was still like for the bundle for this thing and the monitor and the scanner and printer and all that good stuff. So like $2,000 on QVC at the time. It was top of the line. And back then, $2,000 was a lot more money. Because this is about like 1997 or something. And it was my first real computer. It was the computer I learned how to code HTML on. It was the computer I first learned Photoshop on. It was the computer I first started editing video on. It was the computer that gave me every single skill that I've used today to make hundreds of thousands of dollars and build a career and a life for myself. And I owe all of that to my grandmother buying that for our family.
Rashid, thank you for the $2 super chat. Right. Be kind, rewind. Right. Yep. Definitely.
Rashid's avatar. It's gonna do it.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I had something else about that.
I will say though, because Jason just reminded me of this. I will say that when I was in college, a roommate of mine had a Nintendo, and I played all the way through the first Zelda game.
The first Zelda game on Nintendo or on Super Nintendo?
So I'm trying to remember because physically they both kind of looked the same, but Super Nintendo had like purple.
Super Nintendo loads from the top. Regular Nintendo, you flip up the thing and put the cartridge inside.
I want to say it was the first. I want to say it was the first one because it was, it was something that, the guy who owned it. Okay, this will tell you everything you need to know. He lived in our apartment in a spare room and paid his rent by cleaning the apartment and giving us like $10 a week for groceries. That was, he had no job. He picked up beer bottles at the club to get paid. And he read books. He read a ton of Star Wars books, a ton of Warhammer books, a ton of like all that stuff, and played Nintendo. And he had this Nintendo, and I want to say that it was the first Nintendo, not anything fancy.
Okay.
So, but yeah, that was the first time that I ever had a Nintendo like in my living space.
Speaking of Nintendo, is the new I forget when's the new Metroid coming out?
Not sure.
Metroid for the Nintendo Switch, because now that we got Pokemon, that was supposed to be like the next December 31st. Okay.
All right, 1996.
I will pre-order.
I think. Did any of you gents own or ever have experience with web TV?
Yes.
No.
I did too.
I bought one, and I thought it was going to be the coolest thing in the world, and it was nothing but a pain in the ass.
It was it was a good idea. It was a great idea. It was too early to market.
I think I had the OG Web TV and I had Web TV Plus. I love Web TV. It was awesome.
It was too early to market because the internet was garbage back then. The internet had no media value. Like
dial-up.
It was literally 20 years too early.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Like when my wife and I, well, she was my girlfriend then, but when we moved to New York in 1993, our parting gift, our moving gift from all of our friends was a 5600 or a 56K modem, so that we could like log back into the BBS server that we had. to play like the text-based games that we were playing.
Okay.
It was a long distance call, but we could still do it. But yeah, web TV. I remember getting it and thinking like, man, I can just sit on the couch, I can do my email, it'll be awesome. And it was. I just felt like my only real memory of web TV is like sitting there waiting for it to do things.
Yeah.
I remember I used to use it to be in all the Yahoo and GeoCities chat rooms and whatnot.
Of course.
I remember that.
But but dial-up.
Excite, then
Dial-up,
AOL.
man. Dial-up day.
I was all about StarCraft back in the day. I'd be sitting there in the middle of a glorious conquest, and then somebody would ring the goddamn phone.
Yeah, back in the day when you man, if your family was fancy, you had a separate phone line for the modem / fax machine.
Right. Yeah, since I remember all that Real Player, Divic, and
Real Player,
Exit. Yeah.
I remember LimeWire, BearShare.
Oh God. Oh my Lord. Now we're showing our age for real.
Yeah.
Back when I went to college, obviously we had Napster for a while, and then Winamp and all that stuff. That was cool.
Winamp, that takes me back.
Right? Yeah.
Sheesh. Like I remember back when I used to build these websites on Angel Fire. Back when I was a kid. That's all I did was like when I learned at 13 years old that anybody can build a website. And then I used to build free Angel Fire websites for every anime and every TV show and every like band that I liked at the time, and that was like a whole thing. And like all I did was make new websites every week. I used to do web rings. Remember web rings? Like I used to.
Yeah.
I coordinated a team of teenage graphic designers back when I was like 15. Like it was kind of we used to be kind of a big deal back then. Like, or at least we thought in our own mind anyway. Like, it's pretty dope. It was like, I mean, it was my whole world back then was making these things on the internet for my own amusement and for people and kids like me. I can only imagine if we had YouTube back then, but if I did, it's like I probably would have ruined my life like so many other people. I think most of us would have ruined our lives if we had social media when we were young.
Oh Lord. So last December,
we'd all be canceled and unemployable right now.
No doubt. So last December marked the end of AOL Instant Messenger, and oh boy,
I'm actually sad about that.
Yeah, that was my college years right there, man. Whew.
I remember ICQ.
I do too.
ICQ, IRC chats, yeah. Freaking Java applets.
Doug Houston, we were talking about the good old days. Doug, how you doing, man? How you doing?
Remember, freaking God, what was it? Newgrounds. Remember Newgrounds?
I don't remember that one.
I don't remember that
Newgrounds, the freaking Flash animation site.
No, oh my God!
Oh
yes,
God!
Yes. State location.
That's age, sex, location.
Oh, no! Oh, right.
Location is state, dude. Like so.
Oh God!
This will tell you like my age.
Actually, someone should just make a shirt that says ASL. That would be like that's.
I read that.
Bring it back.
I read that and thought American Sign Language.
Not quite.
Okay, I can see how that would go sideways then and everything like that.
Yeah. I was like, American Sign Language. Okay.
No, Jason, no.
No, but like shoot, I remember shoot, that takes me back. That's like Jesus.
Oh, Roberto, Greg Gadget with you about a Newgrounds.
Yeah.
Vlog Flash videos. Okay.
Yeah.
Man, I remember there used to be this like animation software back in the day called Amiga.
Yeah, I remember there was a computer called Amiga.
Yeah.
Like that was sort of the it was alongside like the Commodore 64.
Yep.
Yeah, like as a competitor.
Brother. It's using LimeWire.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all did. We all used
Lord.
God. I didn't.
You're a lame.
Well, I mean, eventually I did my fair share of like, downloading stuff, but yeah, I was like complete Luddite about all that stuff until many years later. And actually like Napster and all that stuff sort of ruined my life. So
Because of the music thing.
yeah.
But I mean, that was a precursor to. But that was about. I understand it. I understand it, but it was like that was the precursor to understanding like where we are even today. Because again, the average consumer was like, yes,
Right.
like, and the thing is, I wish I had money back then because when that happened, I said videos next. They just have to figure out the bandwidth and size issue and the compression issues, and then video once we have once we have something better than DSL video. I was like, when we have something better than DSL, video is next, and then here comes Netflix. If I had money back then, because I knew it.
You would have sold your bandwidth, your extra bandwidth off hours to Blockbuster, right? That's what Enron did.
Fuck Blockbuster.
And Enron, man, that's the best scam I've ever heard. Like the way that they sold that to Blockbuster, they were like, so there's all this bandwidth out there, there's all this computing power, and when people aren't using it, then we can cash it and then like give it to you at a price so that you can have more of it. It's the same thing they did with like electricity in California.
Yeah,
And,
no, it's as far as scams go, it's like it's a little right below the Bernie Madoff, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys ever have the opportunity to watch or have watched the smartest guys in the room, the documentary about the whole Enron thing, it's really educational.
Has
PDF man talking about the floppy disk. Wow.
Dude, like I think there's literally less than 20 billionaires in the history of ever who've ever served jail time, and like none of them ever really did like hard time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, money will have something to do with that.
Money talks, right?
Yep. And
Jason,
And it was
Metallica.
it's mostly nobody ever from like the United States. Like one of these guys, he did 14 years, but it was China. There's like, so like, I mean, so the laws are different over there. It's like if he had been in the States, he probably would have never like went to jail. It's interesting.
right, because see, in the United States, nobody wants to admit the reason that nobody went to jail after the subprime mortgage thing is that even though it was illegal and ruined people's lives in America, if you make all that money, you're still a winner.
Michael Micklin, securities fraud in the
yes,
Milken, and like only 22 months. Like again, like for getting to like literally still also keep all of his money, that's nothing.
Yeah.
And they didn't send him to like, the bad prison. like,
yeah, I remember that was in the news. That was in the early 90s, right? Because that was
89.
Yeah, see, so I remember that being in the news back in the day. And I didn't understand.
Alfred Tabam did a year and a day and a $7.5 million fine because he was in a price fixing scheme that cheated auction buyers out of over $100 million. And despite being found guilty, he claimed he was innocent the entire time. He did a year and a day. $100 million. You realize if any of us like literally went and like even stole $5,000 of anything, like that we'd be screwed for life? Pretty
much.
Like if you're going to be a criminal, you need to do it for hundreds of millions of dollars, and then everything will pretty much be fine.
Yeah,
like
that's pretty much. I mean, if you play big, then you get to sort of dictate the stakes.
Yeah, it's a different set of rules, definitely. Hey, Jason, Metallica, were you a Metallica fan?
I am a Metallica fan.
Yeah, nice.
I was never a hardcore Metallica fan, but actually the guy that I was talking about who read the fantasy novels and cleaned our apartment for free rent, he was the biggest Metallica fan I ever on the face of the planet. Like every T-shirt he had was Metallica. But yeah, Metallica back in the day when Napster and all that stuff was kicking off, Metallica was militant, and they would go on these services. They would find their stuff. They would shut the people down. They would
copy strike.
Yeah, James Hetfield was sitting in his like secret labs chair saying, "Can we copy strike Napster?" So that's a little joke there. You know,
All right, almost every billionaire who's ever went to jail, China. Apparently, America doesn't arrest billionaires.
I wonder why.
That tells you everything you need to know about what's important in America.
Pretty much.
Money.
Yeah. I mean, we have a certain somebody sitting in a very high office in our country being accused of all sorts of crimes and little to nothing being done about it. But yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
but I think that's the answer. It's like, look, you can do anything if you're rich. So let's all just be rich. That seems like a great career decision.
Yeah, I think rich and like devoid of all morals, or even better yet, being a sociopath, if not a psychopath. I think if you have a lot of money and you're a sociopath, you can literally do anything that you want in the entire.
Ask Logan Paul.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Like but I mean, it's just the truth. It's literally just the truth. I mean, it's some Sin City BS, like, you know, like but it's the truth. I mean, think about it. That, like, the fact that, like, we can't find. And it's not like we have a shortage of billionaires, and it's not like we have a shortage of billionaires that have done horrible things or committed crimes, but it's like literally the only billionaire that's ever done like real hard time in America is Bernie Madoff. That's it. Yep. Like,
and that's mostly because he stole from old people, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, he got a little too greedy and he stole from old people.
If he had stole from millennials, no one would give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, if he had taken money from, because the old people, a lot of these old people, they have the money, they're investing the money with him, right? So they're saying like, here, Bernie, take my money. They have money. So when they find out that Bernie has taken their money and they don't have any money left, then they get really pissed off. But if you're like some stripper in Florida who somebody tells, oh, you can buy a house on your salary, and then you end up bankrupt 3 years later because there's no way that a stripper at 20 years old should buy a house in Florida, that doesn't get you jail time.
Yeah, exactly. Like Michael Nierenberg, either through negligence or criminal masterminding, oversaw the toxic mortgage sales at Bear Stearns, and he was being indicted, but like he had indictments like brought to him, but he wasn't actually indicted. But then he gets to do that and then go onto the mortgage desk of JP Morgan Chase and then the mortgage desk of Bank of America. There's no way that any of us in any job role that we've ever had would get to a point of like, wow, this thing happened under your watch, and either you were complicit in the criminal enterprise of it, or you were so woefully negligent that it happened right under your nose, and then get to be doing that same job at two more prestigious company. Like that's absurd.
See, but that's the
thing.
Only
in the finance world is that kind of absurdity allowed.
In that world, he didn't do anything. He was actually really successful. He successfully did these things, and so he was rewarded with better jobs.
Yeah, and then we got to give welfare to the damn financial institutions. We got corporate welfare and everything like that, but none of us can have. It's only fine to give free taxpayer money to corporations,
right?
Like, and to like, you can't give it to us, the people, and like give us free shit, like, you know, forgive people student loans or give them free college or health care or $1,000 a month. No, we can only do that for people who don't actually need money.
Because people have to earn their way. You know, you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You gotta do all that stuff. You gotta take out the predatory loans. You gotta go into debt with the credit cards just so that you could keep up with the Joneses for long enough that you might make it to the middle.
Just vote for Emperor Roberto. We'll have a temporary moratorium on some democracy and everything like that. But with this power that you give me, once our crisis is abated, I will happily lay down after I get the boot off of your neck.
Exactly.
You know,
like we're gonna make America.
Republic. Once our crisis has abated, I will happily lay down the power that you have bestowed upon me. You know, Palpatine's speech to the Galactics.
So I think I know where Jason stands on it, but Roberto, on December 20th, The Witcher is going to be on Netflix. Are you interested?
I mean, I got Netflix. I might as well.
I've played. I still haven't played all the way through a Witcher game,
I haven't either.
but
I haven't played through
I
one at
love the
all.
world. I love the world of the Witcher games, which makes me like a.
I wonder if The Witcher. I thought The Witcher had an anime. I might check that out.
I don't know. I have the Witcher, like the novels that it's based on, in my Amazon cart. But
Wasn't there a movie? No, that was The Last Witch Hunter.
yeah, that's a movie we should all try and forget.
I was actually okay with it. It was because I didn't go into it with any expectations other than it, like I was looking at it as like, oh, this is Chronicles of Riddick for like our time. Like I just literally was like, okay, this is gonna be Vin Diesel murdering things. Great, gimme.
Yeah, man. On that front, I have such a love-hate relationship with the Fast and Furious movies.
I can see that.
Like, so they're fun to watch, sort of, until like you. At least I can't stop myself from thinking critically long enough to make it through a Fast and Furious movie. So it's always like at some point, like in the second act of the movie, I'm like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. then it's all ruined for me. But I've seen them all. Last weekend we rented Hobbs and Shaw. I like The Rock. I like Jason Statham.
I love Jason Statham.
I thought, it doesn't have Vin Diesel. It doesn't have Paul Walker.
Paul Walker can't be helped.
This is all good for me.
Paul Walker is no longer with us. You can't.
So I was like, this could be amazing. This could be like a Fast and Furious movie that is worth watching all the way through. But it wasn't. It had Idris Elba, and it was awful.
Wait, how does it have Idris Elba and it was awful?
I mean, I hope Idris Elba made millions of dollars making that movie, because it took years off of his acting life.
Damn, son.
Damn, son. I mean, it was so bad.
What do you by the way, am I in the minority opinion that Idris Elba would make an excellent James Bond, and that we should just like get over it and like he should be the next James Bond?
That needs to happen already. I don't know why that's not happening.
I when I first heard that, I was like, yes, that would be brilliant. But now it's a woman.
Is it though? Is that confirmed?
Yeah, I think so.
I'd understand people if there's some upset or backlash over that more than the Idris Elba thing, because I don't think that Bond has to be white. In fact, he was supposed to like, it's been played by an Australian, it's been played by a redhead, and that wasn't supposed to be the thing. Like Ian Fleming's vision of what James Bond was, and James Bond's supposed to be a Cold War relic. That's not possible anymore. So right. Like you can't stick to Fleming's vision of Bond, and that's not really relevant. To be a come from nothing like hard luck story, it's appropriate to give that to like an Idris Elba like character, and then that makes sense or whatever and everything like that. He's this come from nothing orphan, scrappy, like that makes sense for an Idris Elba Bond in this era, because again, you could have been that for a Cold War Sean Connery Bond and everything like that. But as we move the needle of the decades and whatever, it's like Bond being like, a scrappy, kid from the School of Hard Knocks, it makes more sense for him to be played like by Idris Elba or by any number of people. Bond being a woman, I think you could have made a great female spy character without it needing to be James Bond, because like James Bond as a code name, I really am struggling with what they're going to do narratively for making that a woman, but I would watch a great female spy movie. I haven't watched the new Charlie's Angels. I've heard scathing reviews of it, and I think that those might be merited partly off of the fact that I feel the marketing, I haven't even seen the film, but I felt the marketing for it sucked to the degree to where I'm someone who watched the previous 2 Charlie's Angels movies that they did.
I watched the friggin' TV show.
I watched the TV show as a child.
Yeah.
And like, I wasn't interested in this one, despite the fact that I love every single one of those actresses. I wasn't even interested in seeing this one because the marketing was so goddamn bad that I couldn't believe for 1 minute the movie would be good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that over the past couple of decades, they've routinely gone through Bond characters, and I think they've slowly put more focus on the 007
If that's
aspect.
the case, then 007 can be anybody. Anyone can hold and it's actually not even just a title, it's a rank. Being a 00 agent is a rank.
Right.
Being
so
007, Bond retiring and going off into the sunset, and hopefully with Moneypenny, because she deserves it at this point. Dope. I'm down. But 007, unless actually they decide, because I don't know who they're giving it to, but if Bond retired and Moneypenny went back to being a field agent and was promoted to the rank of 00, that'd be interesting.
So, okay, before we go any further, shout out to
Moneypenny was a field agent for a while there.
Shout out to Greg Graduate for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Greg. I appreciate it. So this James Bond being a woman is actually confirmed. It's official. How have I not heard about this? What the hell?
And Greg's gadget. Thank you for using the Emperor Palpatine quote. I love democracy.
Yo, LeBaron, what's going on, man? How you doing, dude? How you doing?
Oh, Beanie Draw says that yes, Moneypenny as a 00 would be epic. I concur.
That would be cool.
Especially with who they have right now cast as the actress for her. I forget her name, but she's been in a couple other things and everything, and she's really good.
Yeah, she definitely did her thing in the Bond movie, but that is interesting that they're going the female route. I wonder how that's going to work out.
Yeah, because my issue is okay, well, then it's not James Bond anymore, but I'm fine with 007. I just think that, well, you could have dragged that out a little bit and made, like, because they didn't, in these new films, dive enough, in my opinion, into the lore of the 00s. In the Pierce Brosnan films, they did.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jason.
I think what they'll do is they'll probably do something like either James Bond dies in the field, or he retires, as you say, or something like that, and someone else is promoted into the 007 rank that happens to be a woman. And of course, all the different tropes of like, it can't be a woman and everything. They'll do all those things. And people will have YouTube channels where they bitch about the fact that it's a woman.
I wish they hadn't announced it. I agree with Beanie. They should have just done it and been, oh, what a twist.
Yeah.
But get us emotionally invested in the character and then do that.
Yeah.
I think the right thing would be Moneypenny, because we're emotionally invested in that actress and the rapport she has with Bond.
See, and it's a matter of whether or not they're looking at this as like a continuation of the James Bond world that we have right now, or if it's just going to be another reboot of the James Bond world like it's been for each new Bond.
See, the thing is with this one, they rebooted the entire thing by taking us back to the origins of Bond.
Right.
So they eliminated all of the previous incarnations altogether and all of the lore for the most part, essentially.
Yeah. So, I mean, if they decided to say,
I'm mad that Judi Dench isn't M anymore.
Oh man, yeah, that was a big one.
I preferred having a female M, and I preferred Judi Dench. I loved Judi Dench.
She was awesome. Alan Osborne, what's going on, man?
If they decided that, the current James Bond, like, so let's say the Daniel Craig James Bond in this next film that he's the last film that he's going to be in, like, actually dies. That's the end of the film. Like, Bond is dead. And then the next James Bond movie comes out and it's a new person, a new actress that's stepped into the 007 role. Then, I mean, that's a continuation of a narrative that I think would be pretty cool.
That could work. I mean, I would have liked the idea, well, if he somewhat retires, but he was like her mentor, like she was the protege and everything like that, the passing of the torch, if you will. Especially if he kind of, because to become a 00, you have to have a confirmed kill.
Right.
And if he mentored her and even like maybe comforted her, and that thing is the kind mentor and everything like that, because of how hard that first kill is.
Yeah, I'm of the mindset of ethnic here. I don't know how you're going to fit a female into the James Bond universe as it's currently constructed. Like you said, it might be better off just developing a separate franchise to introduce a female James Bond, because they didn't even like hint at it during these series of Daniel Craig movies. So if you keep it into the same universe and then introduce a female lead.
The only way I can see them doing it is if they move Moneypenny back to being a field agent in the next movie. She goes back into the field, and then she gets a confirmed kill that allows her to become a double O.
That's the only way. That's about it.
So the truth of it is, Viper, it's these social justice warriors out there in Hollywood. They want to make women equal to
I was waiting for that.
They're going to bring in not just a woman, but a woman of color, and going to say she's James Bond, and they're going to ruin the whole world.
I don't think you needed to do that because you could have just like freaking done a La Femme Nikita reboot again, because Nikita was a great show. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah.
Nikita was, and freaking, oh my God, the casting for Nikita was so goddamn good. And they even brought back some of the some folks from the original series, like to do cameos. I mean, it was like, so.
I mean, Jason, it's funny that you say that about the SJW, but my thing is, if you want to introduce women into leading roles, I don't have a problem with that. But introducing them into an already like male-dominated type role like James Bond, don't know how that's gonna work out.
You just get Maggie Q.
So here's what I think. I mean, you can make the argument that like, you know, you should. I think that there's an argument for looking at James Bond as like, well, you know, this character's kind of played out. I mean, we've had now like 15 different dudes have played this character. It's been going on since the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we could either just retire the whole deal, because as Roberto pointed out, like the whole mindset behind the James Bond kind of character is antiquated. So I think they're looking at it as an opportunity to do something different with it.
Just cast Idris Elba.
Yeah, I agree, Roberto. That would be that's the move. That is the move right there. I don't know why that's not being done.
I don't disagree.
Cast Idris Elba, and then you have won your like freaking scorecard for diversity or whatever.
There you go.
And here's the thing, and no one will complain, because like I don't mind saying everything.
There will be complaints.
I'm secure. Well, no. Most people won't complain, and it'll be bullshit, because the thing is, I'm secure enough as a man to say that Idris Elba is probably one of the top 5 sexiest men alive. I'm secure enough as a man to say that. No shame, no tea. Because like I can't compete with that fucker. Like ain't no way. 2
years ago, he was people's sexiest man alive.
He was.
So like, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that. Not John Legend this year. John Legend. I mean, they like. Is it really?
No, that's setting the bar way.
All right, we need to put this notion to bed real quick. Ethnic, female physically taking on dudes is not that. If you all think that that's not possible, you are way back in the old days, dude. There are females out here that will.
Physicality isn't what wins fights.
Exactly.
It's not when you're talking about high level players.
And
tactics skills and tactics. And
there are females out here that will whip men's asses.
That's why it's like, I know that everyone likes to make the argument about, oh, well, bone density and mass and all these things. I'm a little dude. I have beaten guys much bigger than me, and people are trained to do it all the time and everything like that. The entire nature of Japanese warfare was predicated, and Japanese martial arts was predicated on not only taking out multiple opponents, but people bigger than you, stronger than you, and sometimes more heavily armored as well.
We have got to get out of this whole, what is it, male masculinity crap that women can't fight men. Don't do it.
It's pretty damn stupid.
That will get your ass whooped today. Don't do it.
I recently taught a female friend at VidCon for her own safety. I taught her specifically and showed her how to throttle another friend of ours who literally weighs 3 times more than her. Like, I showed her, because it's physics. Because all you need to do is have a proper understanding of ball and socket joints and understand how the body bends and moves and everything like that. Because again, I can literally floor a dude in literally one move. Through Aikido, I can literally body somebody who weighs 3 times as much as me.
Isn't true.
And I've done it. Even like, not just in demonstration, by the way, but like I can, like, because that's the point of the martial arts. The martial arts were developed to be able to use either your opponent's mass and size as a liability, but also the environment to your advantage. And again, tactics and weaponry. And so, yeah. A woman can totally dominate a man, especially if he's fool enough to underestimate her, and that's what martial arts is even all about. Freaking Cobra Kai is really the martial arts style, the way of the fist, will teach you really how to defeat an opponent stronger and bigger than you. Because if a man can't see, he can't fight. If a man can't breathe,
Amen.
he cannot fight. If a man cannot stand, he cannot fight. And to
Mhm.
accomplish none of those things requires you to have physical superiority. You just need to know the way of the fist.
Basically. So
Strike
yeah,
hard,
like I said,
strike fast, no mercy.
if for all my dudes listening to this live stream, don't go out here thinking you can beat up women, and don't go out here thinking you can overpower a woman, because if she's skilled enough, she will drop you.
A girl will freaking own you if
Own
she
you.
strikes. If she strikes first, strikes hard, and has no mercy,
Drop you, bro.
drop you.
Here's
Freaking Cobra Kai.
Over
so
it.
here's the thing about like, so that kind of mentality sort of belies what's underneath all this
Mhm.
in the first place. It's the idea is that women are inferior to men. That has been the sort of patriarchy that has been prevalent through, it's like genetic at this point. Through human history, we've developed this way. And at some point, yeah, the bigger and stronger aspect might have mattered more in human history, but especially in the United States, we still love our patriarchy. We still love to think in the back of our minds, even if we say the right things and do the right things, we still love in the back of our minds to say, to feel like men are superior to women. That's just, and everybody does it. Everybody does it, and nobody wants to admit it, and people get mad about it, and all other kinds of things, and it's.
I can't wait. I've always wanted to have daughters because I've always wanted to subvert the trope and like basically, like, raise like a female Amazon, like conquering, like freaking, like, because like literally, I want the call to come down to the school to explain that she beat up like 5 dudes on the playground, like, and I have to answer for that because I'm like, it's like, well, she didn't kill them. Like, I'm waiting for that call. Like, yeah, because like I'm just, because I mean that's just kind of like, and all my kids, like the boys, the girls, when I have kids, it's just like, well, they didn't kill them. Like, yeah. Like, I can't wait.
Her brother's like, I'm teaching my daughter how to whoop all y'all ass.
Yeah, I'm like, you gotta
Go
come for
down.
your freaking necks. I'm like,
Yep.
and you think I'm playing and everything like that? Martial arts from like age 5. It's gotta be like freaking trade with every weapon under the sun. It's gotta be phenomenal. It's like my freaking daughter's gonna be like freaking like Toph from the last Airbender and everything like that. She's gonna be like, I'm gonna wreck you. Like, it's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be amazing.
Roberto can get that call from the school, like, Mr. Blake, your daughter don't whoop somebody's ass. Roberto can be like, I'll deal with her. Then he brings her home like, good job, honey, good job.
Like, I'm good for like freaking go out and make her a medal.
Right.
Like,
You go like, good job.
So, okay, I don't want to interrupt your fantasies,
yeah.
but Ethnic says here he isn't sure about Idris Elba because he's only seen him in The Wire.
What?
Huh? So you're telling me that Stringer Bell and the way that he was played by Idris Elba does not convince you that Idris Elba could crush a Bond role? Stringer Bell is one of the best characters in television history. That guy was multi-dimensional, on just like working on all different kinds of levels. He was street, but he was smart. He was like, he was Machiavellian.
Yes, that's what I was waiting for.
He was all these things. Idris Elba, I mean, if you want to know whether or not Idris Elba can play a sort of like police procedural or spy type role, watch Luther.
Yes. That show is awesome.
Yeah. Luther is freaking amazing.
Amazing AF.
You've got 5 seasons worth of Luther waiting for you if you haven't seen that.
Whoa. Time out. What do you mean 5? They made another one?
There's a little mini series, 2 episodes, 2 long episodes. You gotta watch it on Stars.
Because I know, because they did the I think
It might
they
be
did
on Hulu.
They did the 4, and then they had the little movie about him and Olive Morgan or whatever, and then I thought it was done.
That's what they're calling season 5 now, because
Oh,
basically Stars picked up Luther as a series, and so they're calling that two episode deal season 5.
Well, that's better than what Dan and Dave called season 8.
That's true. Although I recently rewatched that Luther season 5, 2 episode deal, and didn't like it as much as I remembered that
I needed one more season of Buffy, believe it or not. I'm like, I needed that final season, that final real season of like the apocalypse.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't think TV was ready for that back in the day.
No, it's a shame. Today though, it would have been on.
You know what show crushed me
What's that?
when it didn't get picked up for the next season?
What's that?
Dollhouse.
Yes. Oh my God.
I
Eliza
just
Dushku
remember-
is a national treasure, and Dollhouse was so well written, so well performed. Oh my God.
Yeah. It I just remember like kind of I binge watched that whole thing. I didn't watch it in real time. I think I probably downloaded it from some illegal
I
site.
want to literally like I have to be careful with my wording here. Oh, I know. I want to ship the executive that canceled Dark Angel because she was jealous of Jessica Alba, the Fox executive who did that. I want to ship her to Siberia or Abu
What?
Dhabi.
That's why the
Abu
show got
Dhabi.
canceled. That was one of my
Yes.
favorite shows in college. Oh,
Yes. Yes.
That show was really good.
There's a specific
Alias?
female executive at Fox. This is a true story. You can look it up. There's a specific female executive at Fox that made that decision specifically because she was jealous of Jessica Alba. She also wanted to hurt her career specifically.
Wow.
And yeah, that didn't work out so well, did it?
Not at all.
I specifically want to ship her to Abu Dhabi and Siberia, and if it was a dude, I'd ship them to Abu Dhabi or Siberia. Because
And you will have my
took
full
that
backing.
you took that show away from you. You took Eyes
That
Only
show
away
was
from me.
awesome.
You took you took the freaking X5 series away from me. You took this from me.
I agree. They should all be shipped away. Lock them up.
The first like 2 seasons of Alias. I love the first 2 seasons of Alias.
Yeah.
Jennifer Garner. I mean, so a friend of mine went to high school with Jennifer Garner. She's from West Virginia.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
She's my age, and a guy that I knew really well in college she's from Charleston.
I remember her early career, and besides from Alias, she played Hannah in Felicity, who was the she was playing opposite of and now I'm spacing on his name, but his character was Noel Crane, and then he went on in Scandal to play Jake Ballard, and I'm spacing on his name, but he was in a lot of different things. I've watched his whole career too. He and Scott Speedman, and they got their early start in CW. CW back when it was WB. The WB and the CW is the gateway network for everybody's long-term career. I've tracked this religiously, and I can tell you what a fact. Emily Van Camp was in a show called Everwood, and that was her first breakout role. And it's the same thing for Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt and Emily Van Camp. Chris Pratt and Emily Van Camp were playing siblings, the Abbott siblings, in Everwood on the CW years ago as kids, and then they both would end up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe with her playing Agent 13 and him playing Star-Lord, because she was in the Captain America movies as his love interest after Peggy. And so she became an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and he became Star-Lord. And they both started on the CW as kids in a little show called Everwood.
Well, look, now you've got what's the girl who she also I'm blanking on her name. She was in The Americans. She started out on another one of those teen shows on one of those networks. And my brain has stopped working, so I can't remember
The
her name.
Americans? Let me look it up.
I'm gonna say the name and it's gonna
But I remember Felicity. Carrie Russell was
Carrie Russell, yes, and now she's in Star Wars: Rise of Skywalker.
That's gonna be
And I heard that
Carrie
rumor
Russell.
is that her character is some sort of badass.
Okay, so that's gonna be dope. I'm all about Carrie Russell. Like like Carrie Russell was definitely like my school age crush back in the day. Like
Yeah.
that was
Amy Jo Jonathan.
Yes. She's actually older than us, but like, yes. But then, I'm spacing on her name, but she played Kat when she replaced her as the Pink Ranger.
Okay.
Catherine Sutherland. Catherine Sutherland, who played Kat Hillard, who replaced her when she left as the Pink Ranger after the Power Rangers season where they got the Ninja Ranger powers.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But Amy Jo Johnson is a treasure. And she's
Yes.
still gorgeous AF
She
today.
also went on to play a role in Felicity in the CW.
Okay.
My teenage movie crush, was Winona Ryder.
Okay, I can definitely see
Ooh.
that.
You
Mine
must
was
love
definitely
Stranger
Michelle
Things.
Pfeiffer. Like I
Yeah.
was in love with Michelle. I wasn't even 10 years old yet, and I was in love with Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah.
So, Jason, you must be in love with Stranger Things then.
Well, I mean, yes. It's funny. So when I met my wife, she still kind of looks like Winona Ryder, but she had dyed her hair black, and it was the '90s, and it was all this other stuff. I had a big thing for Winona Ryder, and we were like the same age. Like I just thought we were destined to be together. Like when I was in high school.
I thought for sure that I was gonna find some way somehow to end up with Katie Holmes.
Mm.
I just wanted the Pink Ranger to kick me into the next universe.
Yeah, Katie Holmes, though. I mean, well,
Today I'd be more Michelle Williams, though. Ironically,
yeah, I like
um,
Michelle Williams.
yeah, no, she did an amazing job in her acting career. She's underrated in my opinion, but I think she's going to go the distance now. I feel that was unfair that Katie Holmes' acting career was somewhat derailed by Tom Cruise, but it's another story.
Yeah, well,
So, I was gonna
I'll
say,
still watch
CDF,
any movie with Tom Cruise in it, though. But
of course. CDF man wants to know what our favorite movies are. Mine is Demolition Man, without a doubt, man. I love that movie.
interesting choice.
Uh-huh.
Well, aside from the Star Wars franchise or in the Back to the Future franchise, because those are kind of obvious nerd staples. I'll let Jason go, and then I'll think of one of my favorite movies of substance.
Blade Runner. It's my favorite movie. Yep. I mean, I could also go for things like Frank Capra movies from the 30s and 40s. Like, there's a movie called Meet John Doe that is about this down on his luck baseball player who's like hoboing around, and this newspaper reporter who gets fired from her job writes this fake editorial and signs it as John Doe, and everybody, but it becomes this big sensation. He says all these really, like, not incendiary, but like inspiring things about how bad things are in the world and how he wishes the world would get better again. And in protest to the way that the world is right now, he's going to throw himself off the top of a building on Christmas Eve and commit suicide. And it becomes this big deal. So they hire this guy played by Gary Cooper to be John Doe, but it like gets out of control, of course, and he becomes like a populist, like almost political figure. And there's like call for him to run for president and all these things, and ultimately he decides that he's seen how even the good things that you try and do can be corrupted. And so he decides to throw himself off the building anyway, even though it wasn't even him that wrote the letter. But then the girl, played by Barbara Stanwyck, stops him. It's an amazing movie, especially for the time that it was made. And it's like only become more and more like more and more poignantly pertinent as time has gone on. But yeah, I love that movie. But Blade Runner is the one that I've loved for the longest. So
Okay, so I have a couple of movies that I have to bring up that I would want to actually remake this movie myself today, but for what it was and for the time, it was life changing. It defined my entire outlook on the world. The Never Ending Story. The Never Ending Story. I would redo that movie today, and I don't really hardly trust almost anyone else to redo that movie. So the Neverending Story. Um, in terms of animated films, it's a hard toss up between The Land Before Time and The Secret of Mim.
Mhm.
Um, in terms of a real work of cinema, I'm going to go with The Birds.
Okay.
I'm going to go with The Birds. Um, in terms of, aside from the nerd staples in the sci-fi genre, I'm going to go with E.T.
E.T. is a fucking depressing movie.
It's an absolutely depressing movie.
It really is. It really is. Like
But I think in hindsight and in retrospect, aside from Michelle Pfeiffer, that it made Drew Barrymore my childhood crush.
yeah, I remember thinking because I of course saw E.T. in the theater when it came out, and everybody and it was like a huge marketing thing, and
When I was a kid, it had just come out on VHS, and it was a big deal.
yeah, so it killed Atari that year by having the terrible game. I remember playing that game. I didn't care that it was impossible to beat it. I didn't care that it was like it was actually functionally impaired. But I I remember seeing that movie, and I want to say that's what, like 81 or 82 that came out. So I would have been like 10, 12 years old, somewhere around that area. Um, and so I thought, oh, this would be great. Watch it with my daughter, and when she was still really young. So we rented ET and we watched it with my daughter, and everything was cool. But then all of a sudden, like the government comes and covers everything in plastic, and like ET is being experimented on, and I'm like, oh my god, this is a lot scarier and just like darker than I remember. and it was, yeah, it was really freaky. Even movies that
E.T.
back
is
in the day,
really massively dark if you actually dive into it. It's like
yeah,
massively dark.
yeah. So even like those movies are the kind of movies that like from my childhood where I think like, oh, that was a kid's movie.
Neverending Story was dark as hell.
Yeah, it was. Yep.
Favorite adult rom-coms would be You Got Mail and 50 First Dates.
When Harry Met Sally.
I'm going with When Fools Rush In.
I love that movie, and
Mhm.
oh my god, Selma Hayek, yes.
Oh God, yes. And the other one is Serendipity. Oh, Kate Beckinsale.
Yes.
All right, so Ace Platinum wants to guess our names, ages, and jobs.
Well, yeah. Why do you want to do this? Weird.
Go for it.
I mean, guessing our names is kind of obvious because they're on the screen. Guessing our ages, we've revealed that with our taste in movies.
Really?
And
Everything that I've talked about has been at least 30 years old. So
What's up, Savage Scientist? How you doing, man? Oh man.
and yeah, jobs. I mean, this is my job.
Yeah.
So Viper's paying me to be here.
Oh yeah.
is that like a meme or an inside joke that I'm not getting?
No, it's a joke. I'm making a joke.
Yeah.
It's like,
I didn't.
okay.
No, the other thing that I didn't think it was a meme, but I just found out was a meme was about the son and the dad on the airplane. This thing that keeps popping up on Twitter.
Oh yeah. Oh, is there a doctor in it? Oh, that's
Right.
you.
Like yeah. I
I
don't
think
think they're
that's
looking for a
everybody's
YouTube.
holiday like
Yeah.
meme. Like that's a
Yeah. I'm like, where did it come from? Like, yeah, I don't think they're looking for a YouTube creator. Oh, I don't think they're looking for a soccer player. Like, where did y'all get this stuff from, man?
I still don't understand memes. I think it's I just can't do it. It's not possible for me.
they used to exist in your time. They just weren't referred to as memes.
There's just some kind of like weird disconnected.
I'm just on the
thing
cusp
to
of
me.
where I can but I'm not super into it, but I'm like but okay, so but on this whole is there a doctor on a plane? And no disrespect, love the doctors and like they provide a great service and all that, but like doctors don't make as much money as people believe that they make. Number one. Number two, no one accounts for the massive amount of student loan debt that most doctors, even no matter how successful they are, will never claw their way out from under because of the daily compound interest on that loan. Yeah, being like the average doctor in this country has a salary if they're fortunate. If they're fortunate in this country, the average salary of a doctor is about $125,000 a year. I make more than that. Like, hashtag humble brag, but like I make more than that. I've made more than that for years. And I'm the freaking community college dropout. And I don't make that off of, oh, well, you're a YouTuber and everything. I make that off of my actual coaching business. Like I make that off affiliate marketing. Like there's like it's a lot of money. I'm actually putting together a video. I'm putting together a video that is literally a guide to making $100,000 a year, because it's not that it's easy, it's that it's not complicated. And there's a difference between those two things. There are a lot of things that are simple in the principles and the things you would have to understand to do them, but the execution actually is hard and requires some actual ability, talent, or patience or refinement of the craft. But the actual process itself is not by itself some elaborate freaking mystery. It's like you get what I'm saying, guys? Like there's things where it's like primary example, the rules for any sport are actually really easy to understand. That's not the same thing as being good at the sport.
So apparently, Roberto, my son, and Jason is a brothel owner.
Yeah. Wow. How did he get that so right?
I don't know, but like, but Beanie says that's less about the money and more about the prestige and the respect that doctors get. It's like, but everyone respects doctors, but everyone also respects making a healthy amount of money.
Okay. So I taught doctors, future doctors, worked with doctors for a decade. You guys are missing one thing that's really important about doctors.
The trophy wives?
No.
The trophy wives.
The majority of them actually want to help people.
That's fine.
I mean,
that's fine.
That's why they become doctors.
I believe that. And that's why I don't believe the narrative that's pushed that, oh, if like we regulate healthcare and doctors don't get to be rich anymore and buy yachts and everything, who will become a doctor? It's like people who want to take their revenge on cancer, people whose parents died to a disease, people who themselves suffer from a chronic illness, any number of personal, theoretically selfish / altruistic reasons to become a doctor.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, well, knowing what I know about the different specialties in medicine and the way those things, like there are different personality types.
Yep.
And different personality types choose different specialties in medicine. And money is not usually a part of the thought process, like at least not in like the top 3 for the majority of
I agree. That's been in my experience.
If you want to make the most money and have the best hours as a doctor, you want to be a dermatologist.
If you want to make the most money, period, in this country, go into finance.
But yeah, okay.
Like I'm not even joking. Like literally, just controlling and being involved with money itself. That's the answer. It's like that you'll make money, or be a corporate lobbyist. Like literally, go and be a finance bro. Go to Wall Street because that's where the money is. And be a finance bro, or be a lobbyist and go to Washington because that's also where the money is. So like those are the two places where the money is. Like that would be like that don't require, by the way, those are the two places the money are that don't require the actual ability to create value.
True enough.
Because if you want to go to Silicon Valley, you'll actually have to be smart and actually be able to create value and create something for the average consumer. Like, that's real. If you want to go to Hollywood, you'll actually have to have talent and the ability to entertain people, or the ability to make a product, or the ability to package, or something like that. Same thing if you go to most other things in New York besides Wall Street. You'll actually have to have talent, or that place will eat you alive. And so you actually have to have the ability to create some type of value. Like,
Yep.
You go to Wall Street or Washington, though, you don't actually have to be good at anything except taking money.
Hey, Jason.
Yes.
So you've been a full-time creator for a few months now. Do you miss your old job?
Do I miss my old job?
Mm-hmm.
I don't miss my old job per se, but I'm not like fully acclimated to my new job.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't say like everything is still like pretty weird.
The
But
lack
no,
of structure is a big factor in that.
well, I mean, I've been able to get a good structure going on now that I've had about a month or more where I wasn't still like part-time going to the old job. And I've been able to sort of spend that month. I have a good structure going on. I'm not good at like parceling out parts of my life. So I just like basically if YouTube is the only thing that I'm doing, or like creating these videos, or all the other things that go into doing YouTube, like I need to work. I need to figure out like how to have a life outside of that.
Yeah.
Because the one thing that's
You
been
need to
really,
do something with the local music scene. Because that's a
yeah,
part of you that you haven't invested in a lot.
and I do have a gig coming up in December, and I'm trying to get more into that. I need to get back to my writing. I haven't gotten there yet.
You need to have like an outside writers group and be part of or start a writers workshop, because you need to remember that there are other creative parts of you that are unfulfilled.
Yeah,
And you need to be using YouTube and the freedom and the time you freed up as leverage
yeah,
to explore those other things.
yeah. No, I totally agree. I totally agree. But this first like few months has been just acclimating to like. First, it was I hope like just even though I was making enough money to I was making the money that I thought I needed to make in order to do it, it still was like transitional. So there was some weirdness. Like only now this month, like come this December, am I actually going to start getting paid what I've typically been earning per month, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. The
So
ebbs
like
and flows. The ebbs and flows.
yeah, so there's just been an adjustment period that it was longer than I expected it to be. In terms of just getting all of the stuff together. Like I still wake up in the morning and my first thought is that I have to like take my daughter to school and go to work. Like literally, that's because I did the same job for 10 years. I liked what I did. I loved the students that I worked with, all that stuff, and it gave me a lot more structure than I think in my head I really fully understood. Um, so now I don't miss it, but I don't feel like quite right yet, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think you're still in the newness phase, more or less.
Yeah.
What you're doing now is not, you haven't gotten acclimated because it's still pretty new.
Yeah.
I think as more time passes and you get used to your new flow and routine, I think you'll be more and more comfortable.
Well, I like this past couple of weeks, I've actually been able to like work ahead and have a lot of stuff done and have a lot of stuff sort of in varying behind that in various stages of done.
Mm-hmm.
So that like it's no longer for the first few months it was the same way that it was when I was doing YouTube but working a full-time job, which is like make a video, edit a video, put it out, next day same thing. But because of a few things that have been going on in terms of like stuff that I agreed to do for sponsorships and all that kind of stuff, I've had to work ahead, and I've had to like have ideas sort of laid out and ready to go in a much longer time frame.
Mm-hmm.
So now like I think I put out 3 or 4 videos this week. None of them were filmed this week. So that's kind of where I am right now. And it'll be different after the first of the year when the holiday stuff dies down.
And after that, December ad revenue.
Yeah, but it's so I think it's just like being over 100,000 subscribers for a whole cycle was
Almost to 200 now.
was still, yeah, I know. It was still like most of that year was an adjustment period of like figuring out what it meant to be a larger channel like that. I think now that I'm doing it as a job, it's going to be another like full calendar year before I really get settled into like how that works and looks for me. If that makes sense at all.
Yeah, and the cool thing about YouTube is that your job is going to change at some. I mean, well, not going to change, but you're going to have different experiences throughout your time being a YouTube creator because you may get certain opportunities with brands wanting to like invite you to events or different experiences and things like that. So you're going to get a lot of opportunities to do things that you normally wouldn't do, and that's going to change your workflow too.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Like, I'm glad that I think that what I'm trying to communicate is that the hardest thing about doing YouTube up to maybe this point or a few months back was making the videos and getting the videos out. Right, that was the hardest part. The hardest part now is being ready to make several videos and have several videos already made and have ideas for videos like ready to go. And think about, instead of think about the week, think about the month. This is the first week. I mean, none of my videos this week performed very well at all. But this is the first week where I haven't looked at like the YouTube dashboard or anything like that to really see how they're doing, because these are videos these are videos that I made for specific purposes for the most part, and and I was getting paid for that. So I mean, there are videos that will probably perform for me on a longer run, like the Plex video that I put out the other day. That's like not something that I've done before. So the YouTube algorithm is not going to grab that and be like, yeah, this guy does these videos all the time.
Question for you.
Just finish but I think the Plex video, because I'm going to be doing more Plex videos as time goes on, I think those videos will end up doing well for me over time.
Definitely.
Your question.
When you do a sponsored video, do you turn off monetization on that particular video, or do you leave monetization on?
It's sometimes specified that you have to, but yeah, I still keep, unless specifically told not to, I keep monetization on.
Always negotiate, even if you have to take less money, to not have that be a contingency, because if anything happens to where anyone tries to claim the video for copyright in any way, they can turn on ads, and then you're in violation of the contract and the money can be withheld. So never agree to ads being turned off in a deal, because you just can't trust that you won't be claimed, and then whoever claims the copyright on the video can override the ad settings, and therefore you could be put in violation of your contract. Which is something I will be covering in my YouTube business course that will release next year.
And I, up to this point, if anybody has asked for anything like that, it hasn't gotten to me. Like my manager has dealt with it before it ever got to me. But yeah, I monetize everything that's on my channel that is monetizable is monetized. And I look at it sort of in the same way that, like, you make money two ways in the music business. You make money off of radio airplay, and you make money off of like physical sales, or in this day and age, like digital sales. And they're two separate revenue streams. So I look at, like, I make the video purpose built for a certain thing, like I make a Plex explainer video for a certain amount of money. That's not the same thing as putting out a video and monetizing it. So the two don't like cross paths. Mm-hmm. They're two like sort of parallel, contiguous revenue streams.
Right.
So yeah, I do declare that things are monetized, or that things are sponsored, though.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes, I know there's some people that don't.
Viper just got that echo going.
Yeah, what the hell is going on? Hold on.
I don't hear it.
I hear it. What is happening?
Like, I mean, I believe in whatever you're within the contract or legal or any of those things. It's like, and again, if it's in writing, if it's in your description anywhere, as far as I'm concerned, that's disclosure as far as I'm concerned. Because
Right.
like, because remember what I'm salty about. Part of what I'm salty about, because it's not about to me. And like, as a consumer, I am not naive. I understand that anything put in front of me, regardless of the way that it's done, is to the benefit of the person doing it in some way, even if it just makes them feel good emotionally. They have some reason that benefits them. To believe otherwise is to be very naive about the way the world is.
Right.
Like, so I don't care. I'm already, because I'm not stupid. So I'm just going into everything. Yeah. Now the only question is it to my detriment?
Right.
And there, I'm not so negative as to worry about that because I'm like, I can't be tricked. So like, there's
Right.
that. Because I'm gonna do what I want to do. I don't feel bad about that if you benefit or like, oh, did you manipulate me? It's like, look, I wanted this. I didn't go into this blind or naive. Like I was a willing participant. Like, right? So there's that part of it. The other thing that bothers me is that influencers are held to a higher standard of disclosure than publications and television and film. It is a distinct conflict of interest that a publication, whether it's New York Times, Wall Street Journal, whatever, can write about a YouTuber or write about a social media platform like Facebook or YouTube, disparage them, sometimes write entire hit pieces on them, and at no point above or even below the fold are they obligated to disclose that it is a direct competitor and therefore a conflict of interest because you are directly competing with them for ads. And that's something the average consumer should know. So if they don't have to do that, I don't really give a shit about the verbal or all this other thing or, oh, put it on the screen or all this other bullshit that the FCC comes up with. Not when they don't make publications disclose that they are disparaging a direct competitor for their advertising dollars, which is a direct conflict of interest. I have no interest in whatever the disclosure BS is because it's two-faced and it's hypocritical if that's not going to be a standard. And then movies and television shows aren't beholden because they have corporate lobbyists to, like, they can throw product placement in front of you all damn day and you have to wait till the end of the movie or the end of the credits before you see the disclosure. So as far as I'm concerned, if you put it in the bottom of your goddamn description, as far as I'm concerned, that's good enough. And buyers should be educated. And anybody, like, in my mind, and people can feel differently about that. I don't care. People can have their own opinions about that. But I just personally believe that it's the buyer's responsibility how I spend my money and whether feeling like, oh, well, you didn't tell me, I was tricked and everything like that. I'm the fool who's parting with my effing money. That's on me.
Then go back to the argument that we were talking about earlier, where when you have a lot of money, you can get away with pretty much anything in the country, and that's the thing for advertisement because the big movies and TV shows have money behind them. They can get away with not having the regulations that influencers have to disclose in their YouTube videos and whatever other creative platforms they use. All about money. That's all it is.
Yeah. It's not about protecting the consumer. It's not about transparency and everything like that. Like, and some people genuinely believe in that stuff and everything like that, and good for them and everything like that. But it's like, my standard morality is lawful good. It's like, are you in compliance with the laws of your land? Yes or no? Like, and as far as consumer protections, look, the government's supposed to protect us from fucking robocalls, like because like they should not be able to call your house at a certain time of evening or in general and solicit you and everything. There was a regulation for that. Oh, it was repealed. Oh, fancy that. Like, it was repealed because of whose name was on the regulation. Like, that's all that was. Like, oh, you did that, so I'm gonna undo it, even though it is great for the consumer. Like, the average consumer, it's all stupid to me. It's all a farce, so I don't care. Like, I'm a little nihilist on that. Like, I'm like, if you spend money on something and then you feel like if no one outrightly lied to you and you spend money on something and then you feel salty and everything like that, first of all, it's called, there's a return policy usually, and then two, Like I believe that there's a such thing as individual responsibility.
Yeah, and I mean that's why there's a phrase that's applicable to all this, and a Latin phrase, but it has an English translation. Caveat emptor, buyer beware.
Yeah.
So, like, if you ever hear that phrase and you think to yourself, like, well, why do they say that? They say it because, like, you're the only one that's actually responsible for your money. And so, if you spend your money, be aware of how you're spending it. And if you feel like someone else has made you spend your money without your consent, then you're lying to yourself.
A primary example would be all these people who go on about like the online courses they buy from like the business gurus, like, you know, people who buy like Kevin David's course or whatever or something like that, or a course from Ty Lopez. I'm like, and they're like, oh, it's been like 6 months or something, or I don't have results or this or that or blah blah blah. I'm like, I just believe that if you thought that you were going to build a successful business off of things you just learned 6 months ago, that you weren't serious about providing real value to the consumers. And the thing is, I don't think that those people who spent years developing their stuff and selling their stuff and building their thing, they're not snake oil salesmen because they actually spent years building and developing skills. You were trying to be a snake oil salesman and con artist because you wanted to replicate and take a shortcut using what they took years to acquire. You wanted to benefit from it and think you were going to deliver value to people off of 6 months of experience. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Build a business with no experience off of skills you can learn in a weekend. If you spent money to doing that, and you were actually going to take people's money for to deliver them things on skills you don't even have 6 months of experience in, you are calling them a fake guru. You were planning to be a snake oil salesman. You consciously invested in wanting to be a snake oil salesman if you were going to have the audacity to sell people something on a skill set that you've had less than 6 months to train in. You were going to be a snake oil salesman. You're the con artist, and you're outing yourself.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, the ability for a lot of people to think critically and be self-aware is sorely lacking in a lot of the folks who occupy the planet Earth right now. And unfortunately, that means that people aren't willing to take responsibility for their own actions, and they think that success, they think that, you know, life should be transactional. You know, they think that so if you think that reading a book that somebody wrote about how they were successful at whatever is somehow going to translate into you being successful at that thing, then
It's only true if the barrier for you was you lacked knowledge to deploy. Like, primary example. That might be true, and I say this in somewhat humility. Reading a book and then, oh, turning it into something, that's true for me. Because I would represent somebody that, oh, the only thing standing between me and an outcome is knowing something that other people don't know, because I actually will put in the work and have the ability to learn new things.
yeah, but I mean,
But that's not normal people. Normal
book
people
that
do
you
not
might
have both of those.
this theoretical book that you might read and then be able to put into action is not the first book of its kind that you've read, nor is it the first time that you've actually like put thought and effort into the kind of thing that you're about to do, and you're using
Correct.
to gain the knowledge from. I mean, it's the 10,000 hours idea.
Yes.
Is like, you know, you get to be good at something because you do it a lot.
Well, I liken it to sports. I like it to sports. If you've never worked out a day in your life, having all of the secret hacks and everything and like a method won't help you, because you have a shit body. You have no discipline. You have a shit body. You can know all the things, and you cannot beat an actual real athlete because you haven't conditioned and trained your body. However, someone who conditioned and trained their body very well might have never played a sport, but if they learn the rules, they can actually compete and possibly even win, just because they have an amazing body and all the stamina and all the strength and the mindset and discipline conditioned of that body, which is why someone like Serena Williams is a tennis player, but she can probably beat 80% of people at basketball because she has the body to allow her, like she has a better body than 80% of human beings.
And she's trained that body to perform physically.
Exactly.
I-
She's not trained as a swimmer, but she would probably outswim 80% of people in America.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I mean, you look at somebody like LeBron James.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron James
will beat 80% of people at football despite being a basketball player.
Well, I think LeBron James could play in the NFL tomorrow.
Probably.
Seriously, I think LeBron James could sign a contract and line up at tight end for some team on Sunday, and do well. I mean, he played football in high school.
Yeah,
so,
that's fair.
So
I mean, that's just like Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders, like tremendous athletes that could pick up any sport. Like,
right.
And that's my point is that yes, people jump into these things with no conditioning, expecting results are the peak of entitlement, but it also means that those people were themselves. It's not the person who sold them wasn't the snake oil salesman or the con artist. They were the aspiring snake oil salesman, the aspiring con artist. Because again, the person who sold them still spent years of execution and learning and managing and all of these things and traits that an actual business person has. The claims they make or this or that or something like that, I could take it or leave it and everything like that. The reality is that it's like I could put that person in charge of an organization, a staff, a management, and a team, and that person that you don't like, the Ty Lopez's or whatever, they would actually, I could throw them in any like business as a leader of a team, and they would actually be able to manage a team. They would actually be able to probably do payroll. They would be able to actually do those things. Right. These wantrepreneurs that cry about buying courses from them or whatever, and I don't really have a stake in this, but like it bothers me that they had the entitlement to think, just like a lot of up and coming content creators, that you have no background, no skill, no ability, and you're expecting results in 6 months, and in some way you're supposed to compete with people who have a decade of experience. Really.
I mean, it's more proof of those people's naivete than anything else, that they would think that that's the kind of thing that could happen. If like, talk to them in an additional 6 months if they continue to try and do the thing that they're trying to do, and remind them of how naive they were to think that they should have been good at it 6 months ago, and a lot of them probably would have learned that lesson a little bit better. But
I would agree with that.
But a lot of those people. American exceptionalism is a really bizarre concept. In the United States.
Oh, you mean the idea that you're better than other people because you rolled a 6 and were born here?
Well, I think it's just, the sort of manifest destiny idea that was put forward as like the foundational.
If American exceptionalism were real and everything like that, the reality wouldn't be that anybody who comes here who doesn't speak the language and everything like that actually put on an even playing field would mostly kick people's ass here. And I love this country, but I'm talking even about my own father and everything, like who came here with nothing, and my grandparents who came here with nothing. When people come to this country from somewhere else, it's just like somebody who comes from the trailer park or comes from an underprivileged background, goes up against the posh elitists who had all the resources and everything like that, put backs against the wall. You know who outperforms? The person who came from nothing, because they're the unreasonable man, and they're more hungry, and they're more desperate, and they're more vicious.
Well,
someone who's coddled and soft and weak can never compete with the unreasonable man who came from nothing.
Well, part of it is too that like the person who's struggled for any number of reasons has actually had to struggle, and so when they're met with another struggle, whether it's of a similar kind or not, they know how to react. Whereas
someone who's never taken a punch, I'm not afraid to fight someone who's undefeated. I'm afraid to fight somebody who's been through the ringer and their spirit hasn't been broken.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's like Mike Tyson, that famous Mike Tyson quote, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yeah.
Right.
And his whole thing of like, he's not a finesse fighter. I'm just going to punch through you. I'm just going to annihilate you. I'm just trying to break your face. I'm just trying to hit you as hard as I possibly can. Who wants to fight that?
And that's why he was so successful when he was at the peak of his abilities. He he was a force of nature in a way that, other boxers, heavyweights or not, were not, in the sense that he had one move. I mean, it was
being more vicious than the other guy.
yeah. I mean, he was very skilled as a boxer in a lot of different ways, but he had that one move, which was, okay, I'm gonna go through you, and you're either gonna still be standing or you're gonna be on the ground, and either way, I'm still gonna win. And that was his one move in boxing, was find a way to just roll
His
through the
one thing was he was relentless. He was the unreasonable man. He's like your spirit will give out before his body does. Like, he just dealing with that level of unreasonable ferocity and just viciousness.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. So I mean, that's the kind of thing where I think the people who don't succeed are either the people who never had the fortitude to put themselves in the position to succeed and only talked about it, or they, for one reason or another, had that fortitude taken from them.
we've created an unreasonable amount of accessibility and opportunity. These platforms are unbridled in terms of the access that they give you to build a direct-to-consumer brand. The advertising agency would have literally wholesale murdered tens of thousands of people to have all of this 30 years sooner.
Sure.
That's just facts, guy. And at no cost. I mean, can you imagine if they had this versus having to pay for television and airtime? I mean, God, no, it's completely squandered by a lot of people, right? And this idea, even the AdSense thing, I mean, I like that it's a little something for people to get them started and to encourage them and all that thing and everything like that. But it's like, the problem I have with it is everybody in every other platform has to hustle a lot harder because they don't have AdSense. It's not a prop, or it's not a support, or it's not a crutch. And in many ways, they're better off for it, even though they'd love to have it. They're forced to get over their reluctance to sell to their audience. They're forced to get over their reluctance to do brand deals, and they're forced to learn to negotiate them better and to learn that faster. And there's just so many benefits, but this whole idea even of, oh, well, like, if I can't do YouTube and get AdSense, then what's the point, or this or that and everything. Like, you're missing the point that you have the ability to build an audience, and if you can provide value directly to that audience, like, the possibilities of revenue and monetizing are endless. And if you had been given the opportunity years ago to be on television unpaid, but you could have a TV show every week on the air, and they weren't guaranteeing you that they were going to help you in any way get viewers. They were just, you're going to be broadcasting, and whoever watches it watches it. If 10 years ago anybody in this country had been offered the opportunity 10 years ago to say, you can have a show and do whatever you want, and we're not going to pay you, but we're going to give you the broadcast and the airtime, and you can come into the studio, and we got all the lights and stuff like that. You will be put on, and you can do whatever you want for an hour every week. We won't pay you. We can't guarantee anyone will give a shit. No one would have complained, and they would have found a way to show up to the studio every week at their allotted time. Yeah. Everybody in America would have done it. And the idea that we complain about a free platform that lets us do it from our bedrooms, from our phones, from our houses, wherever we want, all the time, unlimited broadcast capability, unlimited live streaming capability, unlimited record and upload, unlimited hosting, and the fact that we can sell our own products, or we can do affiliate, or we can do any of those things, but we have to be enticed monetarily for pennies, on fractions of a penny on the dollar, or it's not worthwhile, is spoiled as hell.
Well, and it's, I mean, those are people who don't understand the opportunity that YouTube is offering. YouTube is not offering you the opportunity to, like, make money off the ads that they sell. That's not the product that YouTube is selling. The product that YouTube is selling to its end user is everything that you just described. That ability to have a platform. They're giving you that platform, but you are not you're not an employee of YouTube. YouTube owes you nothing. You can come, you can go, you can do whatever you want. YouTube owes you nothing. They have built a business around providing you a platform for you to get on there and do whatever it is that you can do.
But creators will keep saying that, well, without us, YouTube has nothing. It's like, you realize in the early days of YouTube, when there weren't a bunch of content creators, it was a destination platform because of pirated television shows and movies. And then it was when MTV started posting music videos to YouTube and taking advantage of that. And to this day, music videos are still the most watched and viewed thing on YouTube by the average consumer. The average consumer, the casual viewer, the 2 billion people logged in, most of them are not coming for the homegrown content creators.
Right.
But the thing is, that's not a reason YouTube's not going to throw us under the bus or push us out ever. Because the thing is, many of us have elevated ourselves past what a lot of mainstream celebrities. Look, there's a lot of former television stars that come to YouTube, and they have these big subscriber count numbers because they're former TV stars, but I get more views than them.
Yeah, because the thing that they did.
You certainly get more views than them, Jason.
Yeah, and part of that is because the thing that they did to offer value was to take to be a part of a team of people who took, let's just say, a sitcom television show and presented it on a weekly basis. They weren't necessarily the person who wrote the script or directed or edited or did.
They were an entertainer and they were a talent. That's not the same thing as learning to be a content creator or something else.
But yeah, if you want to go, if you go on YouTube, YouTube is a totally different deal. You go on YouTube and you do all those things and you find your own voice and you build your own audience.
And there's the thing though. There's the thing. I think a lot of creators that first come on the platform, they don't understand the way the platform works. They see people like Justine and Marquez or Lou or whoever, and they think, oh, okay, all I gotta do is come on here, put a few videos out, and I'll be as big as them. But there is so much more to it than that. And
they're making them their standard or their goal post.
Yes.
And that's also a mistake.
Yeah. And
that's the thing. They're willfully, some of them are willfully ignoring the fact that like Justine, Lou, Marquez have been building their brand, have been making this thing happen for them for a decade plus.
Yes.
And
right?
Justine Marquez, everyone talks about that they don't have time. They don't have enough time. Marquez did it while being an athlete and being a scholar. He was a student the entire time. He started in middle school and he was still playing golf and still getting straight A's. Did it through high school, was playing Ultimate and golf and straight A's and YouTube. Went to college, was doing just Ultimate, no golf anymore, and straight A's and YouTube and nothing else. It's not about having more than... Everyone has the same 24 hours in a day. He allocated it differently. And his content, he went with higher produced content even then than most people. And he put in 100 videos to get 74 subscribers. People whine after 10. People whine about, 6 months doing it. They made 100 crappy videos. I did a whole thing about it, right?
Yeah.
And then Justine, they know about, I'm not making money or it's so hard. And Justine was still doing freelance graphic design and freelance video editing for like 5-6 years before she decided to go all in on YouTube.
Yeah. Yo, Terry Warfield, what's up, man? How you doing?
Terry, good to see you, man. I think
Franco did it for like 5 years, was making no money. Like at one point was living out of his damn car.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I look at the journey that I took on YouTube was one where I didn't even really expect anything from it. I was doing it because it was something to do and it was something that I enjoyed and it like fulfilled some stuff that I like to do but I didn't really have any quote unquote success on YouTube until like 4+ years into making videos here, and in that time I probably made 300 videos and so yeah, it's only the naive who don't really understand that it takes the 10,000 hours.
The problem, Jason, is that everybody wants that instant gratification, and when they don't get that instant gratification, then they run and they head for the hill.
Well,
I mean, they blame something else or someone else. They take no responsibility.
Yep.
I mean, if you want instant gratification, you can do a few things. You can go into the bathroom and you can jerk off. You could, you could go to McDonald's and get a milkshake.
You
You
could throw
could
some
do,
bullshit in the microwave.
yeah. If you want instant gratification, then go and do those things. Okay. Don't foist your bullshit on top of the rest of us who are actually working for a living. That's what I have to say to the people who are
And
entitled.
that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
Oh yes. Yes. But
But
yeah, I've always been of the mindset though that if you really want to come on here and make something of yourself and be something that you could, it's all right there in front of you it's right here in front of you for you to get it done. I mean, the only thing that's stopping you is you.
That's
Yeah.
generally true in life.
I think, if you show up and you do the thing, then eventually you'll be the person that does the thing.
Yep.
My big thing is that people who've never developed a skill and know damn well they don't have an entertaining life or lifestyle, or don't have any aspirational story, any enviable aspect to themselves, expect people to give up 5 minutes of their life to watch theirs.
Yeah,
and you're 16 years old and you want to be a YouTube sensation, but you don't have an enviable lifestyle. You don't have any like skills because you haven't lived, unless you're an athlete or a performer or a musician or whatever, because like Justin Bieber came to this platform, but he had actual talent. There are plenty of people, actors and actresses, but they had talent. But they'd also probably been working at that since they were 8 years old, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And so if you're a 16-year-old kid and you decide you want to be this platform, and I know this is discouraging for people, or this might be somebody's kids who is watching or something like that, but it's like, but to be very real with you, it's like, why do you deserve anything? Like you haven't lived a life. You haven't lived a life. What's your story? Like, now if you're 16 years old and you went through something like our good friend Paul Grossclose, he has a story. He's a stroke survivor and he's a hustler and he has actual talent as an editor and actual skill. And now he's 18. He's been doing this for a minute. He's pivoted a couple of times, trying to find himself. But he doesn't do he actually has an interesting story to tell about his life, but he didn't prioritize or have the audacity to feel that most people would care. So he made content based on what he knows people his age care about, and that was successful for him. He just decided, okay, I've done that a while, and it's as much as it works, it's not for me.
Yeah.
Good for him, by the way.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It's like that saying, there's no such thing as an overnight success.
I don't vlog my life because it's like, you know what? To be very real, unless you're taking meetings all the time like Gary Vee, the life of a homegrown, if you're not, well, I mean, it'd be different if maybe I had a family, because if you're like a mompreneur, that's a different thing and it's a different genre. But if you're just like a single dude grinding all the time and you don't live in like New York or California, the life of a home-based business entrepreneur, if you're not a millionaire, and in some cases even if you are, is boring as fuck. To watch from the outside in, it's boring as fuck. What are you gonna do? What am I gonna vlog about? The fact that it's like the most interesting aspect of my day-to-day routine is when I peel off an hour or two to do really crazy shit, like reply to 200 voicemails in Instagram. And that's something we're going to make a video about. I'm going to get my other friend Jason, who lives in Atlanta, to film a video about, because that's a Mr. Beast style title of I left voice messages for 180 fans in Instagram or something like that. That's a title for a potentially viral video. It's like leaving 180 voicemails for fans in Instagram or something like that. Title like that. And then showing a time lapse and some montage stuff and showing the individual calls and give it that would be a good 18-minute video that could potentially go viral, because no one would believe that a fairly decent sized YouTuber would sit there and leave 180 voicemails for fans, right? So that's a video that could but that'd be once a month I do something crazy stupid that'd be interesting to film.
Right.
Once a month. My life is boring as shit and I know it.
What's interesting to me about vlogging, and what I don't think a lot of people think about when they think about the idea of vlogging their life, is that just by the activity of deciding to then film the things that you're doing, you have sort of altered the things that you do.
That's what Casey Neistat has been saying, and that's where he's like not wanting to do it as much.
Right. I mean, because Casey Neistat.
He said it went from pics or it didn't happen to if I have pics or I make it a vlog, it absolutely didn't happen because it's not real anymore.
Yeah, I mean his long string of like daily vlogs. I mean, I look at that as like a performance piece. That wasn't him living his life.
Yep.
He was making a performance piece over like 300, 400, 500, however many days it was that he did that vlog in a row. It was
roughly,
a performance piece. He was
roughly
performing
700 days.
Yeah.
700, 800 days.
It was
Go ahead.
it was a Casey Neistat performance. You know,
So,
that just happened to happen on the stage of his day-to-day life. But it wasn't his life.
Right. I just was just talked about in a recent video how she doesn't vlog anymore because she doesn't enjoy it. And Jenna came in with a comment that said that vlogging ruins friendships and relationships. So
yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've thought about it. I'm sure there's a way that you can do it on some kind of basis where it would be valuable to you and valuable to the viewer. But doing it on a daily basis or even like semi-daily or weekly basis,
it's when vlogging became what Fun for Louie and Casey, when that became in people's minds what vlogging is, because vlogging didn't start there. Vlogging was just video blogging, and a vlog used to be what the Vlog brothers did, Hank and John, which was just me talking direct to camera to my audience, and that's what vlogging used to be. You could argue that the format of what I do as far as talking head videos has now become what's called a commentary format, but that's what vlogging used to be.
right?
Was here's what not even always telling you about my day. Now that's become story time, has been genreified. Like if I tell you about either my day or I tell you a story about something in my life, that's become story time. There was a guy, I think it was Geriatric 1912, I think was his name or something like that.
I watched that.
He was the largest YouTuber at one point. He was the largest YouTuber at one point. Rest in peace.
And he was in his 80s.
Yep.
He was a World War II veteran.
Yep.
And he just went on like his webcam in his like British countryside home and told stories about his life.
Yep.
And became like
the internet's grandpa.
Yeah, and he passed away now. It's been probably like 5+ years.
Yeah, but he was the biggest YouTuber at one point, and that's the value of human connection. If you've lived a life, you have the stories to tell. Like I am changing some things in my format to where it's like I'm going to be telling, and I tell a lot of what I do is actually I'm telling stories. I'm telling the stories of the industry that I've worked in, the business that I've built, my experiences as a content creator. I'm essentially telling stories. It's in an infotainment format, but it's like I'm going to actually just tell some more stories because it's funny when I told the story about what it was like for me to be broke and then to become someone who made $100,000 a year. I got 152,000 views telling that story, like. And I barely edited it. I just told the story of like how I did it and my experiences and things of that nature. I did another similar video about when I learned to stop trading time for money exclusively, and I learned about passive income and why it changed my life. And like that got 150,000 views. When I talked about it when I was broke and how freelancing changed my life, I got like 150. Like so, I'm getting to realize that there's a value literally to. I can tell people what I know without making a how-to video. I can literally just talk to people about what I've learned because I'm 35. I've actually lived a life.
Yep. It's true. It's true. And speaking of which, I am going to go watch some TV.
I'm going to hang with Vype for like 5 more minutes and then I'm going to retire. I'm going to actually get another round of food. I'm going to go down, fix myself another plate.
Yeah, I got some Thanksgiving desserts that are still waiting for me up there.
I'm gonna be gorging on this food for like the next 10 days. It's gonna be fabulous. It's gonna be amazing.
we actually didn't. We cooked enough for the meal because it was just the 3 of us. So there were no leftovers today, and I was like, "What the
Well, it
fuck?"
was just me and my brother and my sister. The rest, like my mom and my other sister, went to New York for the holidays to see family. But it was just us three older kids, and so we did Thanksgiving together. And then, I have some friends that'll probably drop by the weekend. But we have more than enough food, and I'm just going to be feasting. Like I'm just going to be.
Yeah,
Eat.
I'm at that, and I'm trying to be good about like. I know I could sit here and talk on this live stream for the next like 3 hours, but then I would be totally exhausted for all of tomorrow.
Yeah, we can't have that. We can't have that.
And so I'm trying to pool my resources and dole the resources out because I got to do another live stream on Amazon.
Yeah.
And make my money there. I gotta make another YouTube video one of these days, but
You and me both.
I gotta do a video or a live stream tomorrow. I gotta either do a video tomorrow or a live stream or both. I've been thinking because it's Black Friday Cyber Monday week. Maybe I could edit the video that is my buyer's guide for YouTube content creators, like what cameras and stuff to buy. I have a video shot I could edit. I've been sitting on that video, so I could just edit it, or I could do a live stream tomorrow.
I've got
Nick's doing a stream.
I've got a video on like smart speaker / whole home audio solutions and how to what the best options are.
Mm-hmm.
I've already shot it. I shot it a couple of weeks ago. I could edit that and put it out, but I'm also going to do a stream on Amazon specifically about that stuff too. So
oh, nice. Oh, I beat Pokemon Sword and Shield. It didn't take long.
Cool.
I think I put like 8 hours into it and I beat it.
I think tomorrow too. I'm gonna get on the Twitch, and I'm gonna stream some Jedi Fallen Order.
Ooh.
You know, I when I play through games like that, like first person story based games,
Mm-hmm.
I usually play on like easy because I'm more interested in the story than
I wonder if I should like stream mine on Twitch, but I'm not going to be playing on PC. I'm going to be playing on the PS4 because the reason I would normally buy the PC version of these games, but I made a decision recently that I work on my PCs so much that
right.
Playing it on the console moves me to another part of the house and moves me away from the workspace, which is probably healthy.
Now you can also, if you have an Xbox, you can play on the PC or you can play on the Xbox. Or vice versa. If you have a game on Xbox and you want to play it on your PC, you can do that Xbox, sort of whatever it is thing. I haven't figured it out, but
okay, so that could be interesting.
Yeah, because I have Red Dead Redemption 2 on the Xbox that I bought and played like for 15 minutes and then didn't get back to it. I still want to play through that. This is the season to do those things. I feel like this is the time of year.
I would be a successful YouTube gamer because I would basically do YouTube gaming, but Mr. Beast style, but in game I would just come up with weird challenges for whatever a popular game was while everybody else is doing whatever. I would come up with a challenge for the game. And I might even make it an IRL challenge of beyond the screen recording of just the game. Of like primary example, I would like do these absurd bets with my friends of, all right, I'll beat you in a fighting game with literally one hand tied behind my back.
Right.
You know? And and the thing is just like, or okay, I will fight you in this fighting game, but I'm only allowed, aside from moving, I'm only allowed to use one button. Aside from moving, I'm only allowed to use one button. And here's the thing. I have literally beaten my friends in games with I'm just going to only use medium kick, and I'm going to win this fight. And it pisses them off, too. It's like...
The hustler.
Yeah.
Because once I know that I put that kind of constraint in place... they're worried about the embarrassment of losing, and I'm just like sitting there waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah. Sure. All right, guys. I will talk at you later. Viper, thanks for the airtime. Berto, as always, good to talk to you.
Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, people out there in the world who have been watching, thank you. If you want to come watch me do stuff on the internet tomorrow, I'll stay tuned to my Twitter. You'll know when I'm going to do it. So anyway, talk to you guys soon. All right,
Later, dude.
later on.
And then there
Viper
was two.
predictions for the morning show.
Oh my God, bruh. I mean, oh my God. So the bombshell at the end of the last episode that was the other girl that had like a closer relationship with him and not Mia. And
So,
I mean,
like Mitch got around.
I'm about to say, damn, who hasn't he met with in the damn station? The dude, yeah, like you say, he gets around, like damn, son.
freaking
So
pimp.
I'm
Like,
really interested to see if this.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if this interview is going to go down. If they're going to let this happen, because
Oh, they won't have a choice. I mean, that's the whole point. Was like, oh, this is gonna be, yeah.
I mean, but if that happens, then you know all hell's going to break loose in that station, dude. That's just, ooh, wow. That will be one hell of a finale episode. Whew, wow.
Oh man, Alex going at it with her kid.
That was crazy, Roberto.
But I was kind of like rooting for Alex in that situation, like telling her freaking spoiled brat of a kid off.
Oh, that was epic. I was like, yeah. I mean, because you
Yeah.
know, it's funny because I am pretty sure most parents want to talk to their kids like that, but they refrain because they don't want their kids to see them in that type of vulnerable like that. But Alex let her have it.
And the thing is, I felt like she had it coming, because you know what? Like, and I'm a child of divorce. It's like, when your parents get divorced, they didn't do anything to you.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and the thing is, I was a teenager. She is a college student. She's a freaking grown ass adult.
Yep.
Being in her feelings. She's literally in her dorm room being in her feelings about, like, she's 20 years old and she's being up in her feelings about the fact that her mommy and daddy are getting a divorce. Like,
But you know what it is. That spoiled rich type and
she is being spoiled. Like, it's
Yeah.
like you're harshing your mom for the job that she has and not making time for you, but you don't have any problem with taking her money and going to this prestigious ass university. You didn't have a problem with all of your clothes and handbags and
right.
and all of your vacations. Or like, it's like really.
Yep. And you know that's the one thing that kids don't think about. They can get up in arms about whatever their parents are doing, but their parents are still providing for them 24/7.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The height of freaking entitlement, freaking spoiled brat. So I
All
was
the
rooting
time.
for Alex with that. I was like, yeah.
That I didn't see that
Yeah.
coming, but it was glorious to watch play out on TV.
I was like amazing to watch her. I'm just mad she threw away the pizza instead of eating it,
I know, right?
because that would have been the ultimate act of defiance.
When she went back for the
Like, I
pizza, bro, I was
deserve
like,
this. Like,
when she
when
went
she
back
took
for the
that
pizza,
pizza, I
bro,
was like, yes.
I was like, wow, she took the pizza from us.
Like, it's like, I deserve this. I earned this pizza. Like, I was like, yes, because it was the right type of petty for me.
Yeah.
It was just the right type of
It
petty.
was biblical, dude. It was biblical.
So nice. Like, I'm really super. I like how Fred thinks he's like more powerful than he actually is, and is like completely underestimating Corey. And Corey's like just kind of.
Corey is a smooth operator, man. He's just been operating all season long, just waiting and buying his time until he can strike. Like, man, he's cool with it.
And the thing is, he's not wrong.
No.
Like, Fred dug his own grave. Fred is like a piece of shit. Like, and you know, to Corey's point, it's like, you did all this stuff, you have all this stuff, and it's like, and none of it makes you happy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I mean, Fred deserves whatever he gets. Like, I'm like, you know?
Yeah.
Corey's no angel, but Corey doesn't pretend to be, and Corey's self-aware.
Yep. Yeah, he realizing that he doesn't really take himself too seriously, which is probably one of the delightful things about him.
Mm-hmm.
I think he understands his own limitations and whatnot, and he understands the people that he works with too. So
he respects coming from nothing, because he came from nothing, so he respects it.
You want to know the most impressive thing that I think about Corey though, from watching the show so far?
What's that?
Is that he has not taken the chances that he has obviously had with Bradley.
Yes.
I mean, damn, dude, that is a level of self-control.
Because again, he said it during the beginning. You remind me of my mother, and he would never You know what I'm saying? And it's not an Oedipus thing. It's like, no, he respects her
Yeah.
and he respects the hard work and the grind and the come from nothing. And so
Yeah.
he's like, when he's like, no, like, you'll come to me as an equal and I'll allow, like, and I'm actually rooting for you to come to me as an equal. I don't need to play any games with you. I don't need to take advantage of you. I'm like, I'm not interested in that. I genuinely respect you.
Right. And
And when you,
that is what that's what's most impressive about him to me, because he could take advantage of her. He could have messed around with her and gotten away with it, but he doesn't. He won't.
he doesn't need to though. He doesn't need to.
Right.
And he's like, and the thing is, it's more enjoyable for him to probably have her come to him.
Oh yeah.
Like,
But I mean,
yeah.
but that time that she came to him drunk and they were on the elevator and they ended up in
Yeah,
her room.
no, but I mean, like, literally fully aware and be like, yeah, this is what, you know.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
down.
but what I'm saying is that he could have messed around with her and pretty much gotten away with it that night, but he put her down to bed and let her be
Took
and
care of her.
took care of her.
Grilled
Yep.
cheesed. Yeah, like, yeah, because he doesn't need to take advantage of her. Like, a dude who's really secure in himself is like, yeah, on a long enough timeline, I win. So why cheat?
Amen, dude. Amen.
A secure enough dude is like, yeah, on a long enough timeline, I win. There's no reason to cheat. There's no reason to take advantage of anybody because, like, I don't need to do that. I'm I'm good enough to win without doing that.
And he is. He's like I said, he's a smooth
He's
operator.
a G.
He literally is a G.
And again, Fred is like done.
Fred,
Like,
he
okay,
is done.
When Corey decided to put him on his plate, that was it. Like, you know,
Like
and
when they found out that Fred was he was part of the people that hired those private firefighters to fight a house fire. Yeah, that was pretty much it for him.
but like, not that that was the smoking gun, but it's like it's gonna be the Mitch stuff that takes him down because he's clearly complicit in that, and clearly, like, you know, again, his house isn't clean, but you know what I'm saying, like,
Mm-hmm.
and he's the man in charge, so it's a real problem. Like,
Yeah.
it's a legitimate problem in that particular instance, and so yeah, like, it's so good, man. It's so good. But the thing with Claire and Yanko,
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure how that plays out, and I'm not sure how that plays out because of her being so into her job, where all he cares about is her. You know, it's I weirdly feel like, in a weird way, without realizing it, she might have threw him under the bus.
Oh yeah. She definitely kind of threw him under the bus in that interrogation. Yeah. I mean, I think she made it more than what she should have. I mean, they wasn't really coming at her too hard, but she just like
She took it really, you know, personally, and like, she said some things where she slipped up or painted things the wrong way, but she was the one who initiated, and she herself said, it's like, yeah, this isn't a Me Too moment. I'm the one who has power over you. My family is like so ridiculously powerful. I mean, I'm
Yep.
doing this job because I like it and because I want to and because I'm good at it. Like, I'm not hurting for money. I'm rich. Like, who's taking advantage
hell
of
yeah.
me?
She said one phone call and you will be done, son.
Yeah, it's like the inequity of power here is the power I have over you. Like,
Really?
and I think that was like, I think that is super interesting to see how that plays out, because at that point, if they go the wrong way, they play into Mitch's hands about what he said about, oh well, they came for me, and then what about, like, you know, the rest of you.
So a thought just occurred to me that there might be a chance that Alex doesn't survive this either, because she was pretty complicit as well.
In what way? She's new.
No, Alex.
Oh, I think that's the route everybody is going. I think she didn't know. I think she suspected or turned a blind eye or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
She complicit. She turned a blind eye.
there's a measure of that. The problem with her is the narrative that will around her divorce and the whole Mitch thing. I
Yeah.
mean, but here's a weird thing. Here's a weird thing, though. Do you think Alex and Mitch are endgame?
What do you mean by in game?
Like, that they'll
Oh,
get
you mean-
together?
Oh.
And here's the thing. I'm not against that, because here's the thing. All things considered, as controversial as this is, and I think the show is playing with this, Mitch isn't a bad guy.
No, that's the crazy thing. Like, Yeah, he's the one that they're after. He's the predator, but his character is very likable. I mean, you kind of want to root for him.
The person who outed him also is somewhat in love with him and just admitted that she outed him because he wouldn't leave his wife for her. And that she wasn't taken advantage of in any way, and if anything, she's the one who benefited disproportionately. And yet he's the pariah.
Right.
And she literally just outed herself on all of that. And now for us to find out that there's another woman that can corroborate everything, that doesn't hate him, that benefited from being with him, as like, and where does this end? And the thing is, I think it's an indictment of the nature of transactional relationships.
Okay, so way back in
wherein people use each other.
But way back in episode 1, when Mitch and Alex were talking at his house, when she snuck in there, as she was walking away, he told her that they were coming for her, that they wanted her out, and she didn't believe him at the time. So I'm trying to figure out how
she
this all.
believed him the moment she was at that fucking dinner, and that's why. She decided to anoint Bradley.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The writing was on the wall for her. But I'm trying to figure out how do the two things tie in. Like, how does him like being like outed like that tie into them wanting to get rid of her? Like, did he sacrifice himself or something? Or I don't know how
no, it was they wanted to get rid of her to begin with. She because men are allowed to age gracefully, women are not. That in the media, which is completely bullshit.
Yep.
And the thing about it is, he was telling her the truth. The thing is, the only reason she was given a reprieve is because of what happened to him, because they need continuity.
Correct. They need a familiar face.
Yep. And it would look really bad on their part. So like that, like they, so it was the conversation of leverage. It's like I keep talking about, it's all about freaking leverage, right? But like I said, and the show is gonna probably spin this out to be the case. It's like Mitch isn't a bad guy. Like he, to the point that Mia made, everybody's imperfect.
Yep.
And the thing is, she was being petty. And she kind of regrets it, all things considered. Mm-hmm. And it's funny in these situations that, like, until that moment, and the thing is, none of those people there that actually worked with him, like, aside from new people like Claire, like, nobody actually thinks bad of him, and nobody actually hates him. And everybody was more or less okay with what he was doing, as long as the show went on.
Pretty much.
And here's the thing. We can talk about, there's an important conversation, and the show is having an important conversation about interpersonal relationships at work. But I mean, again, look at what Claire is doing to Yanko. How is what she's doing any different than what Mitch did? And I think that's one of the points the show is trying to make, is that this shit's messy. But that doesn't mean, like, messy people, flawed people aren't evil people.
Right. Like,
nobody in that show is evil. Except maybe Fred.
Yeah, about that, maybe Fred.
Yeah. I mean, even Corey. Corey's a ruthless, ambitious businessman, but he's not malicious in any way.
No. Like I said, Corey is a smooth operator, man. He's cool.
But I mean, he's seen as like a villain-like character.
Right.
But he's not even malicious. He's not even mean-spirited. He's not petty. He doesn't take any joy in destroying others.
No, and he doesn't really set out to intentionally destroy others. He just does what he feels is the best for the network, more or less.
In fact, he's already looking at protecting Chip, because he was like basically telling Fred, "Fuck your guy."
No, and the other way he was protecting Chip, because he was trying to tell Chip, dude, you need to like back off and calm down. You need to wait until the time is right if you want to pounce on Fred. You don't have anything. He was even like, as they were walking, he was trying to tell Chip, like, listen,
cool your jets.
When you go after Fred is
Kill
fast
shot.
as hell. Fred
Kill
is
shot.
faster than you. You're not ready.
You don't wound him. It's got to be a finishing blow or nothing.
You can't run with him. He's faster than you. You need to calm down. Try to protect him. But of course, Chip, in his all down on my luck way.
Desperation.
Yes, it's desperation. He didn't want to hit none of that.
Of desperation.
Deparation's never a good look ever.
No,
Mm-mm.
no. Like, I mean, he's kind of somewhat resigned to his fate. Like,
Yeah,
I think that's the best way I could put it. He's somewhat resigned to his fate.
pretty much.
Like,
But it does make it interesting to see who's gonna live and who's gonna survive moving on to season 2 because there is a season
Bradley is
2.
Bradley's interesting because the thing is, she's starting to care about these people. These people are her family,
Right.
but she can't help herself.
Yeah, she is who she is.
And the thing is, it's funny. It'll be funny to see if there's a point where she compromises any of that to protect just one person. And the thing is, I think that Alex is trying to. Alex is in a way Bradley. She was using Bradley at first, but now it's the daughter that she wished she had. Much as she
Yep.
loves Lizzie, but she said F you, Lizzie, because again, that child is not somebody she relates to. She loves her child, she loves her daughter, but she doesn't respect her daughter and she doesn't relate to her.
No, not at all.
But Bradley is somebody that, resonates with her and that she can respect.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's her surrogate daughter in a way.
You make a very good analogy. And like you were saying, will Bradley compromise her integrity to protect one of them if it comes to that?
And I mean, look at this. So far, she's already realized that she can't take these people at face value because look at what happened with Mia. And that corroborates. And that wasn't even the smoking gun as far as Mitch was concerned. And yet that was enough to move Bradley to align herself with Mitch to take him at his word and get to the truth of all of this. And there's more that's going to pile up.
Oh, yeah.
And it's in Mitch's favor. And that's so interesting that this show is willing to go there,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I applaud them. They've explored every angle of this. And I think there were a lot of people who were really pissed and were pissed on Mitch's behalf that weirdly, if they've kept up with the show, are going to go, oh, shit. That's bold that they reversed oh, wow. And there were people who were like, yeah, and fuck Mitch, who are going to be like, wait, what? I love how this show subverts expectations in exactly the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Because, again, their message is that there's not a right or wrong here. It's not about moral grandstanding. It's about in fact, it's a cautionary tale about cancel culture and moral grandstanding because everyone's a hypocrite. Everybody at UBA is a hypocrite.
Mm-hmm. It's just
except Corey and except Bradley.
Yep. And it's just funny watching it play out because this show is nothing how I thought it was going to be originally. And it's so much deeper than I ever thought. But every episode
from that promo that Jennifer Aniston did, that promo for it looked really intriguing, but I had no idea this is what would play out.
No, nor did I. This is wildly different from anything that I was expecting, but
she did in that promo, that was a hard as nails, badass,
Mm-hmm.
Michael Pepper had an interesting.
Yeah, Michael Pepper said that I thought the discussion that Mitch had with the other guy was interesting. Showed that Mitch was a cheater and had an affair, but the other guy was a pedophile and broke the law. Yeah.
Yeah.
He kept saying, I'm not you. I'm not you, Mike.
Yeah, he's like, no, you're a genuine predator. You know. And when that guy started one like, yeah, and Cosby, and was like, wait, and Mitch was like, wait, what? Slow the brakes here. Wait, what? I did think that was that Mitch was Mitch has integrity. Mitch was Mitch, what's Mitch's character flaw? He's a philanderer. He likes women and women like him. That's Mitch's character flaw. There are people in that show with much worse character flaws than that.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as I love Alex is a narcissist.
Oh, hell yeah. And that's why she has a separate relationship with her daughter, because she is such a narcissist and all she cares about is herself, more or less, and her job. That was it.
But I respect Alex because the thing is, for her hard work and accomplishments, she might have earned the right to that level of self-love.
Yeah, but when it gets to the point where you're pushing your own kid away, then it's not healthy. It's not good.
It's not healthy, but the thing is, and this is hard to say, we romanticize a lot of our familiar relationships because if these people weren't blood relations, would we care about them in the same way on the merit of who they are? Because I guarantee you, if
Ooh.
Lizzie wasn't her daughter, she wouldn't care about or respect her on her merits as a young woman compared to Bradley.
No, not at all. I mean, like we said earlier, Lizzie's nothing but a spoiled little brat.
Exactly. But it's the spoiled little brat that she carried for 9 months and was there
With the big hair, right? With the big head.
with the big head, right? Right? Like, that busted everything open.
Oh,
right?
we got the Don King of Tech, Mike. Tech King Mike, thank you for the super chat, bro. What's up? What's up?
Right on.
Yeah, Jillian, we are talking about the morning show, having a deep
morning
discussion
show.
about shows. Yeah, we going deep in this one.
Like Lizzie is such a brat and so spoiled and unappreciative, and she's daddy's little girl. Like,
Basically,
but, like,
literally.
yeah. But at the same time, I think that the husband is sitting there and being scornful and resentful of the simple fact that he's a trophy husband. He has a more famous wife and all this stuff and everything like that. And he's this smart intellectual dude and all this stuff. But it's like, I mean, no one's respecting the fact that like Alex stayed in that marriage for her daughter and to some extent for her career. But and that's something that a lot of people do, but like the sacrifice that like because that sounds selfish, but at the same time it's like she sacrificed the like being lonely and not being understood, because again, the problem is a lot of times we sit there and we romanticize our familial relationships, but these people that are blood relations, it's not like, I mean, they might have spent time with us or they might have like, been around, but knowing you as a person and valuing you as a person and being able to value you even if you weren't family just on the merit of who you actually are is a test that most people don't pass.
Yeah.
Like, oh, if you weren't family, I wouldn't be friends with you. Like, that's the real thing for a lot of people.
Hey, Jillian. Hell yeah, trophy husbands and this. They're all over the place. Are you kidding me? And it is a thing. Definitely a thing.
Like, I think that there's going to be a wave of that in the YouTube community.
Yeah, man. These girls on the tube, they getting it done, bro. They getting not lying.
But you know what? I'm down.
I'm down too.
I'm down.
Do it.
I don't care. I'm like, okay, yeah, you can have more subs than me. Cool. Like, I don't care.
But yeah, that's definitely a thing. But like we were saying, this show is so deep and it's so engaging and it's so good. Like every episode is better than the last. Like damn,
so much depth. Not a single underdeveloped character. Just more like. Wish they'd show off New York City a little bit more.
Yeah. Now the one girl, I forget her name, but the girl that Mitch went to meet at the end of this episode, we don't know too much about her, but we're about to find out.
Yeah,
we are about to find out because she's about to be in the thick of it.
I forgot her name, but the little bit I've seen of her, I liked her.
Yeah,
I liked her ability, like when she got that one girl for the interview and everything like that. When she gets things done.
Now the funny thing is that she was trying to talk that one girl into doing an interview. And now Mitch got to try to talk her into doing an interview on the morning show. So she's about to get to take the own medicine. So that could be interesting.
It's like, man, it'll be interesting to see where Bradley goes with all of this and everything. Because, I mean, Bradley's just about the truth. But this is the beginning of the end for Fred.
Oh, yeah. He's pretty much done.
Done.
I think he's beginning to realize that he's done.
I don't think he is. I think he's too arrogant.
Well, I think that's why
his interaction with Corey, like, showed me that he still thinks he's in charge here. Same thing with his interactions with Alex. He refused to concede anything to Alex, and Alex like freaking mollywopped him and named Bradley to the put Bradley in the chair.
But I think after he had that conversation with Corey, I think it started to hit him a little bit bad that he's in the hot seat. Like, he's in danger. You're in danger, bro.
I don't think he feels it. I think he still thinks he's like king of the castle. I think
or me and you can agree with on anything. We can agree that he's going to be gone by the end of the season. He's done. He's out of there.
Oh yeah, he's done. Fred is done.
He's
Fred's
done.
done.
He
Fred's
is
not
done.
slick. Fred's not slick. Fred is just like freaking like just thinks that he's like big shit. Like Fred thinks he's too good. Like and it's like and the thing is Corey got the ratings up. Got the numbers up. Corey's been right about everything.
Yeah, Corey. Like it was funny when him and Fred had an argument, and Fred was like, "You think you're so smart? You think you know what's happening? Blah 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 blah." And then Corey's like, "Cause I am fool." He ain't there, but that's
Yeah,
like
basically.
he was
I
thinking.
also loved Corey's like chaos. It's the new cocaine. I was like, yes,
Like, man,
yes.
Corey's my dude, man.
Corey, man. Oh my god.
My dude.
Like Corey in the house.
Yeah, Corey's that dude, man. You know when it's all said and done and everything blows over, Corey's gonna be right there in Fred's spot probably.
Yeah, he's gonna be the one. He's gonna be sitting there in the chair. He's gonna be like, mm-hmm. What do you think? I forget his name, but like the guy who that girl was trying to recruit for YDA for the politics thing.
I forget, I don't know his name either, but
Mm-hmm.
I think you know what? I think he's probably gonna end up leaving because once all that turmoil goes down, he's not gonna want to be a part of that. I don't think.
I think that's gonna be his moment. I think I think that's the setup is like, because he's still like, he's talking about the whole family thing and everything like that. But like once that all plays out, it's like,
Yeah, once everything plays out, there's gonna be no family left, bro. Like, what are you gonna be? What are you there for? I mean, at that point, I think he goes. He's out of there.
oh yeah, like, geez, I wonder if it'd be the weirdest thing about all of this is if at the end of it, Mitch is back in his chair and it's Mitch and Bradley.
That's what it kind of seems. Well, it doesn't seem like Mitch and Bradley, but it seems like Mitch is gonna end up back on a show.
Alex could self-destruct.
Yeah, it seemed like she's on her way, definitely with the divorce and everything. I mean, it was really intriguing watching her meet with her lawyers about the divorce and how to handle that, and how they were giving her all those different scenarios and things like that. I was like,
Yeah.
damn.
They
Like,
were
what?
vicious.
If you come from this way, they're gonna think you slept with Mitch, but if you come from this way, they're gonna think your husband is like tired of you and all that. I'm like, damn. That's all.
Like they
Damn.
just were ripping her apart,
Yeah, literally.
like breaking her down. I'm like, geez,
Yeah,
yes.
they gave her the beating.
They worked her
Took her
over,
to the
man.
back and beat her. Took her to the back of the woodshed and gave it to her.
Right? Like it's. I mean, geez, us.
Yeah.
Like like
But that's what she pays them to do. She pays them to give her
if
all.
like she's like, oh, but if he cheated on you,
Yeah.
then like
If you
then you're in the
right.
clear. Like you're and it's like
If
what?
it makes it look like your husband met another woman, then this would work out in your favor. But then people might think you might have an affair with Mitch. Like, wow. Yeah. All right. So the Michael Pepper says, I think that the guy will leave and go to the other network before the network falls. Because if he does it, then he could go down with the rest of them. Yep.
Agreed.
Yep. He has to get out of there. Like if once he sees the writing on the wall, he's gonna hurry up and take old girls offer to join.
I think that Claire is going to accidentally screw over Yanko, even though he's the one, and he said that I love you words. Like that's like damn. And then, but the thing is, I think that in that case, that Yanko, like I think that a lot of people, because no one thinks that Yanko's a bad guy, and everyone's gonna like. I think that's gonna cause a civil war practically in the newsroom, on the show there, and then like with Mitch and the uproar of that, there's gonna be a lot of dudes that all of a sudden, like, because you already see it that a lot of dudes are like starting to side with Mitch like quietly, and that's why like Mia got called out and everything like that, because it's like they're all in their heads thinking like Mitch did nothing wrong, right?
Yep.
Like whether you agree with that or not, that's what they're all thinking, and that's the way the show is heading right now in that like direction of like, because again, even the women that he had the affairs with don't really believe that he did anything wrong. It was more of the environment, because even the girl who did the interview, she was actually worried about Mitch and not about retaliation. She actually was emotionally invested in Mitch, and she was more concerned with the fact that because of her affair with Mitch, it was about the way other people looked at her and the way other people treated her, not the way Mitch treated her.
Right.
Mitch never treated her less than. And she said that herself. It was the way everyone else did, and it was the way, and the thing is, she blamed diminishing her, but it was really everybody else. And
Right.
again, she also is the one who decided to initiate and engage in that. Like, it's weird that it's weird that Mitch was the only one blamed in that when it was actually the culture of the show and the studio that diminished that woman and robbed her of her identity. And then it was, it's interesting. Mitch was the only one blamed for that, and yet he's the only one who actually treated her well in that situation. He treated her better than everyone else in that situation, and yet he's the one who was blamed.
Funny how that worked out. So Michael,
Which is weird.
Claire said when she left the room that they were afraid to bring the relationship forward because of what happened. Mitch interfered that they'd be punished like he was. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's an interesting situation that's going to play out too. Are they going to let Claire and Angel stay together, or are they going to try to fire somebody? I don't know.
Like, I think again, if they tried it with the way they're going narrative, because remember, Claire was sitting there talking about how she wanted him and she took him and all this other stuff, and then they were asking her by the end of it. Still, they were insulting her in a way, saying, "Hey, do you need help getting out of this relationship?" As if she's not a grown woman capable of making her own choices.
Right.
The way, I mean, again, this goes back to diminishing people for making their own choices, especially women. Like they're incapable of making these choices on their own, and they were calling that out, which is very interesting that the show is going that route of saying, like, yeah, you're belittling my ability to make a conscious choice as a conscious actor on my own behalf, like, as if I can just be manipulated or tricked, you know, like because again, it seems everybody, and to the point Mitch made, everybody was a willing participant and everybody was engaging in some transaction.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, he was using them for sex. They weren't not enjoying it, according to the narrative of the show, and they benefited in their careers.
Yeah.
Like, Mitch was the bottom in this. Like, and the thing is, the show is playing it straight. It's not even implied. They're playing it straight, which is crazy. How that, like, because I didn't think they were gonna get me to feel sympathetic for him at all. Like, I didn't start out feeling sympathetic for him at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Funny how that turned when you get all the facts and details.
They pulled it's almost as bad as pulling a fucking Jamie Lannister on me and, like, making me like, shit. Or is it just that, like, because, and here's the thing, I'm looking at Steve Carell and I'm not seeing Michael from The Office. I'm really seeing him as Mitch now. He literally was able to shift me. Jennifer Aniston did a great job too, because again, I'm not seeing Rachel. I'm seeing Alex.
Oh yeah.
Like, these are tremendous actors to where I'm completely invested in the character and not their previous roles.
And now, I mean, I'm in an interesting position because I never really watched The Office or Friends, so I don't really know about them in their previous role, but they're definitely getting it done on the morning show.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But man, this is crazy. So let's see, Michael Pepper. The other people made Mitch the bad guy because they objectified the women he was with, while he made sure it was consensual. The other people made it work by making him superior.
Damn, that's okay. So I didn't even go there. Like, that's very interesting, and that's a very good observation, Mike. That's a very good like, yeah, they did that. They diminished and objectified the women that he was with in a way that he never did. In a way he never did.
Funny. That's crazy how you think about that, but that is the absolute truth.
But that's the narrative of the social. That's the social construct of society,
Yep.
in wherein, like, we find someone basically to scapegoat as an avatar for our own bad behavior.
Yep.
That's interesting to think about.
It is. I'm really curious to see how this all ends, because it's gonna be a big.
I want 5 more seasons. God damn it.
I know we need at least 2 or 3 more. At least 2 or 3, man. I know they already ordered season 2, so
Just order season 3.
really.
Just, like, skip ahead. Order season 3.
yes. All the morning show, all the thing.
Like I'll renew. Like I'm like this was worth the price of admission. Between this and the like, this was worth the price of admission for me. I'm like, yeah, I'm
If you
good.
find a way to throw Baby Yoda in there somewhere, you got a lifetime subscriber
Baby
for life.
Yoda be praised. Like something that I'm looking at with. So I haven't watched For All Mankind yet, but I'm wanting to get into that. But I'm letting it stack up a little bit.
Ooh, Michael Pepper Tech Talk thing. What about the area of the focus was human behavior and analysis? So he's watching this show through a different lens. Okay,
Oh, that's interesting.
very interesting. Okay, not bad, not bad. Whew. Roberto, I think we've been here long enough. What do you think?
I think it's time to call it.
I think so too. Wow, this has been a long one, but this is the very first time I've ever done a multicast on Friday Night Vyp between YouTube and Twitch. So thank you guys on both platforms. If you've been watching on Twitch, thank you very much. If you've been watching on YouTube, thank you as well.
You
For those
close
you
to getting
all,
to Twitch affiliate?
trying. We'll see what happens with that, but we'll I gotta be more consistent on the Twitch. But now that StreamYard has natural integration, it will be a lot easier. I hated OBS. I can deal with that. But anyway, again, thank you guys for watching. For those of you all that super chatted in the live stream, appreciate it. Thank you very much. As always, hope you guys had a happy Thanksgiving. And I will be back next week or next Friday night with another Friday Night Vyp. Next Friday night is Ladies' Night. I have 5 of my female creative friends that will be joining the show.
Who's in the lineup?
What's up?
Who's in the lineup?
I don't want to give it away, but I'll let you know off air. But yeah, got some of my female friends coming next week, so be on the lookout for that. But people, until the next time, this your boy Viper, the man about tech. You know where to find me, so come back for more.